The intricate development of the Dacian populace, emerging as a distinct entity, necessitates a thorough exploration of the complex web of Thracian tribal confederations that held sway over the Southeastern European landscape during the nascent stages of the Iron Age. These Thracians, a diverse assemblage of Indo-European-speaking communities, had firmly entrenched themselves across an expansive dominion, stretching from the sun-drenched shores of the Aegean Sea to the formidable peaks of the Carpathian Mountains. By the 8th century BC, within this vast Thracian milieu, the forebears of the Dacians embarked upon a gradual journey of cultural divergence and territorial consolidation, forging their singular identity. The Thracian tribal confederation functioned as a rather loose affiliation of interconnected, yet largely self-governing factions. Each of these groups maintained its own leadership, comprising chieftains and their accompanying warrior retinues, along with distinct local customs, all while sharing fundamental linguistic patterns, religious tenets, and broader cultural characteristics. Ancient Greek chroniclers from the 7th and 6th centuries BC vividly depicted the Thracians as formidable and indomitable warriors, known for their elaborate funerary rites and their sophisticated mastery of metalworking techniques. Nevertheless, these very same historical accounts began to draw distinctions between various Thracian subgroups, highlighting observable differences in their settlement configurations, military structures, and sacred practices. Archaeological investigations provide compelling evidence suggesting that the Proto-Dacian tribes initiated the assertion of their unique identity during the 6th century BC, particularly within the geographical expanse situated to the north of the Danube River. This process of differentiation gained considerable momentum as these northern Thracian communities encountered a distinct array of environmental challenges and opportunities, contrasting sharply with those experienced by their southern counterparts. The rugged, mountainous topography of the Carpathians, coupled with the fertile, expansive plains of Transylvania, created an exceptional set of circumstances that fostered the evolution of highly specialized agricultural methodologies, robust defensive strategies, and intricate trade networks. The pervasive influence of the Hallstatt culture, which dominated the Central European region from approximately 800 to 450 BC, played an undeniably pivotal role in shaping the early material culture of the Dacians. Hallstatt ironworking techniques disseminated eastward through established trade routes and migratory population movements, ultimately reaching the Carpathian Basin during the 7th century BC. Dacian smiths adeptly adapted these advanced techniques to suit their particular local requirements, developing a distinctive array of iron tools, formidable weaponry, and essential agricultural implements. The iconic Dacian curved sword, famously known as the phalanx, emerged during this transformative epoch, evolving from earlier Hallstatt ironworking traditions skillfully integrated with indigenous innovations in blade design and metallurgical processes. Hallstatt burial customs also exerted a discernible influence on Dacian funerary practices, though the Dacians judiciously modified these traditions to align with their own profound spiritual convictions. Excavations conducted at significant archaeological sites, such as Ferig and Balta Verde, have unearthed cremation burials accompanied by a rich assortment of iron weapons, exquisite bronze ornaments, and pottery that unmistakably exhibits Hallstatt influences while simultaneously preserving distinctly local characteristics. The pottery, in particular, showcases a remarkable fusion of Hallstatt decorative motifs with indigenous Thracian geometric patterns, culminating in a hybrid style that progressively became more standardized across the expanding Dacian territories. The significant transition from Hallstatt to Latin cultural influences, commencing around 450 BC, heralded yet another crucial phase in the ongoing trajectory of Dacian cultural development. Latin artistic expressions, characterized by their graceful, flowing, curvilinear designs and exceptionally sophisticated metalwork, permeated Dacian lands through the channels of Celtic migrations and extensive trade contacts. However, the Dacians, demonstrating a selective approach, adopted only certain Latin elements while steadfastly preserving their ingrained artistic traditions, resulting in a distinctive synthesis that archaeologists are able to meticulously trace through the examination of jewelry, weaponry, and decorative artifacts discovered at numerous excavation locations. Dacian fortifications began to acquire their characteristic features during this pivotal period of cultural synthesis. The earliest Dacian settlements were typically strategically positioned on elevated ground, capitalizing on natural defensive attributes such as commanding hilltops, winding river bends, and precipitous slopes. These nascent fortifications comprised earthen and timber ramparts, further strengthened by robust stone foundations, a construction methodology that ingeniously combined Celtic defensive innovations with established local building practices. The renowned Murus Dacius, or Dacian wall, represented the sophisticated evolution of these early defensive structures, incorporating advanced dry stonemasonry techniques that culminated in the creation of virtually impregnable fortifications. The observed settlement patterns across Dacian territories reveal a clearly defined hierarchical organization, with prominent fortified centers exercising control over surrounding agricultural communities and vital resource extraction sites. Large-scale settlements like Sarmazegatusa Regia, nestled within the Orashti Mountains, functioned as crucial political and religious epicenters, while smaller hill forts strategically commanded important mountain passes, critical river crossings, and rich mining areas. The spatial distribution of these settlements unequivocally indicates a profound understanding of territorial governance and resource management, extending far beyond the rudimentary structures of simple tribal organization. The geographical dispersion of Dacian tribes encompassed an immense area, primarily centered on the Carpathian Basin, but extending significantly beyond these natural demarcations. The Dacian domain encompassed the majority of modern-day Romania, with Transylvania serving as its undisputed political and cultural heartland. Nevertheless, Dacian influence radiated northward into portions of contemporary Ukraine, westward into Hungary, southward across the Danube into Bulgaria, and eastward into Moldova. This expansive territorial reach was not uniformly controlled, but rather represented an intricate web of allied tribes, tributary relationships, and overlapping cultural influence zones. The majestic Carpathian Mountains themselves played an indispensable role in the intricate Dacian territorial organization. These formidable mountains provided natural defensive barriers, while simultaneously harboring rich deposits of gold, silver, iron, and salt, which collectively formed the very bedrock of Dacian prosperity and power. The Dacians developed remarkably sophisticated mining techniques, creating extensive subterranean networks that facilitated the extraction of precious metals from sites such as Roșia Montana and Zlatna. These extensive mining operations necessitated coordinated labor forces and specialized technical expertise, which in turn contributed significantly to the emergence of centralized political authority. Transylvania's fertile valleys and expansive plateaus sustained dense agricultural populations, providing the demographic foundation for Dacian military prowess and political ascendancy. The region's remarkable agricultural productivity, combined with its abundant mineral wealth and strategic geographical location, naturally positioned it as the quintessential nucleus of Dacian civilization. Comprehensive archaeological surveys have identified hundreds of Dacian settlements throughout Transylvania, ranging from modest farming villages to imposing fortified centers, thereby indicating a highly developed settlement hierarchy and administrative framework. The discernible Dacian presence within the Moldavian region reflected both territorial expansion and profound cultural diffusion. Archaeological findings strongly suggest that Dacian tribes established settlements along the Prut and Dniester rivers, forging a network of communities that effectively controlled crucial trade routes connecting the Carpathian region with the vast Pontic steppes and the flourishing Greek colonies situated on the Black Sea coast. These eastern Dacian settlements meticulously maintained close cultural ties with the Transylvanian heartland, while concurrently adapting to the distinct environmental and political conditions prevalent on the Eastern European plain. Religious observances among the early Dacians primarily revolved around the fervent worship of Zalmoxis, a revered deity whose cult represented a unique synthesis of Thracian spiritual traditions seamlessly integrated with indigenous innovations and potentially external influences. According to ancient Greek accounts, most notably those of Herodotus, Zalmoxis was venerated as both a divine being and a legendary figure credited with imparting to the Dacians profound teachings concerning the immortality of the soul and the principles of proper religious conduct. The cult of Zalmoxis placed a strong emphasis on the continuity of existence beyond death, a deeply held belief that profoundly shaped Dacian perspectives on warfare, sacrificial rituals, and the intricate fabric of social organization. Zalmoxis worship incorporated elements of sky god veneration, a common practice among Indo-European peoples, but the Dacians developed unique ritual practices that distinctly set their religion apart from other Thracian traditions. Sacred groves occupied a central and revered position in Dacian religious practice, with specific forest areas designated as holy sites where momentous ceremonies and sacrifices regularly transpired. These hallowed spaces were meticulously maintained and vigilantly protected, frequently situated in close proximity to major settlements or fortifications, where they could fulfill both essential religious and political functions. The evolution of distinctive Dacian spiritual beliefs involved the sophisticated integration of local animistic traditions with more refined theological concepts, potentially derived from interactions with Greek philosophical ideas. Some scholarly interpretations propose that the prominent emphasis on soul immortality and the fervent Zalmoxis worship reflects an influence from Orphic or Pythagorean teachings, although the Dacians skillfully adapted these concepts to align with their own unique cultural framework. The ultimate outcome was a robust religious system that offered both profound spiritual solace and essential social cohesion, thereby reinforcing tribal identity and political authority through divine sanction. Dacian religious practices also encompassed elaborate funeral ceremonies that vividly illustrated their profound beliefs concerning mortality and the ethereal realm beyond. Archaeological discoveries unearthed from numerous burial sites reveal that the Dacians employed both cremation and inhumation rites, with the selection of either method potentially signifying social standing adherence to regional customs, or evolutionary shifts in their spiritual observances over time. The diverse array of grave goods recovered from these Dacian interment locations, including an assortment of weaponry, intricate jewelry, finely crafted pottery, and carefully prepared food offerings, powerfully suggests a deeply held conviction in the deceased's continued existence and their ongoing needs in the afterlife. Within the intricate tapestry of Dacian society, the priestly class wielded substantial political influence alongside their profound religious authority. These venerated spiritual leaders served as trusted counselors to tribal chieftains and acted as vigilant custodians of sacred traditions. It was through their diligent efforts that ancient oral traditions were meticulously preserved, safeguarding invaluable historical narratives, complex genealogical records, and esoteric sacred knowledge that formed the very bedrock of Dacian cultural identity. The seamless intertwining of religious dogma and political governance forged a unique system of administration, one that skillfully blended pragmatic management with undeniable spiritual legitimacy, thereby ensuring enduring stability and continuity across the disparate Dacian tribal territories. The profound transformation from a collection of loosely associated tribal groups to a more cohesive, centralized political entity marked a pivotal turning point in Dacian society, unfolding dramatically between the 5th and 3rd centuries BC. This momentous process of consolidation was initiated by ambitious local chieftains who astutely recognized that territorial fragmentation rendered individual tribes perilously susceptible to both external aggressions and debilitating internal strife. While the rugged mountainous terrain of the Carpathians offered inherent defensive advantages, it simultaneously fostered isolated pockets of settlement that had historically operated with staunch independence. Overcoming these entrenched barriers demanded not only formidable military prowess, but also exceptional diplomatic finesse, as successful chieftains were compelled to persuade autonomous tribal leaders to relinquish portions of their cherished authority in exchange for the overarching benefits of collective security and enhanced prosperity. The nascent, centralized Dacian political structures first materialized in the richly endowed mineral regions of Transylvania. Here, strategic control over lucrative gold and silver mining operations provided the essential economic bedrock required to sustain larger, more formidable military forces and increasingly complex administrative frameworks. Archaeological excavations at significant sites such as Piatra Roșie and Capilna have unveiled the construction of remarkably sophisticated fortifications during this era. These defensive marvels featured multi-layered protection systems designed not merely to safeguard individual settlements, but to secure entire valley networks. Such fortified complexes served as formidable centers for power projection, from which ambitious chieftains could systematically extend their dominion over adjacent territories through a calculated combination of military coercion, enticing economic incentives, and strategically forged marriage alliances. The consolidation process typically adhered to a discernible pattern. Successful chieftains would first establish firm control over their immediate geographical domain, subsequently expanding their authority incrementally through either outright conquest or the negotiated submission of contiguous territories. The Orashti Mountains emerged as a pivotal hub for this consolidation, owing to their paramount strategic location, immense mineral wealth, and naturally defensible terrain. Chieftains who commanded crucial mountain passes possessed the power to regulate vital trade routes, levy lucrative tolls, and project military might across multiple valleys concurrently. This inherent geographical advantage enabled certain leaders to amass resources and manpower at an accelerated pace, far surpassing their rivals and thereby expediting the formation of nascent proto-kingdoms. Marriage alliances played an indispensable role in the grand scheme of territorial consolidation. Chieftains strategically sought to integrate former adversaries into expansive kinship networks, a shrewd maneuver designed to significantly diminish the likelihood of future conflicts. These alliances frequently necessitated intricate negotiations concerning territorial demarcation, agreements on resource allocation, and the precise articulation of military obligations during periods of external threat. The successful integration of previously independent tribes demanded a delicate equilibrium between preserving cherished local customs and establishing coherent, unified administrative systems. Truly successful chieftains exhibited extraordinary political acumen, demonstrating an impressive ability to safeguard tribal identities while simultaneously fostering an overarching loyalty to the burgeoning kingdom structure. The evolution of Dacian military organization during this pivotal period reflected a confluence of practical necessities and deeply ingrained cultural values that lauded individual warrior prowess within the framework of coordinated group tactics. Dacian warriors traditionally engaged in combat as individual champions, ardently pursuing personal glory through audacious acts of courage and exceptional skill on the battlefield. However, the escalating scale of territorial conflicts necessitated the adoption of more disciplined formations and meticulously coordinated strategies, essential for effectively countering organized enemy forces. This significant transition from heroic individual combat to systematic military organization represented a profound cultural adaptation, one that skillfully preserved cherished warrior traditions while dramatically enhancing collective effectiveness. The falx, a formidable curved blade, rapidly became the quintessential weapon of Dacian military forces throughout this consolidation period. Evolving from earlier, simpler, curved designs, it transformed into a highly specialized two-handed weapon, capable of inflicting devastating damage against both infantry and cavalry opponents. The falx typically measured between 4 and 5 feet in length, featuring a distinctively curved blade extending from a straight handle, thereby creating a weapon that ingeniously combined the brutal cutting power of an axe with the extended reach advantages of a polearm. Dacian smiths, masters of their craft, developed sophisticated metallurgical techniques to forge falx blades that not only maintained exceptionally sharp cutting edges, but also possessed sufficient flexibility to absorb the shock of impact without succumbing to breakage. The tactical deployment of falx-wielding warriors demanded extensive training and meticulous coordination, as the weapon's optimal effectiveness was contingent upon precise timing and unwavering formation discipline. Dacian military commanders devised specific battle formations that expertly maximized the falx's inherent advantages while cleverly minimizing its vulnerabilities. The weapon proved particularly devastating against heavily armored adversaries, its curved blade adeptly hooking around shields to deliver crippling cuts to exposed limbs or necks. Nevertheless, falx warriors remained momentarily vulnerable during the weapon's recovery phase after each strike, necessitating the strategic support of troops armed with shields and shorter weapons to protect them during the intense throes of combat. Dacian defensive strategies incorporated a sophisticated understanding of terrain advantages and the intricate principles of siege warfare reflecting a synthesis of indigenous military traditions and innovative techniques acquired through extensive contact with advanced Mediterranean civilizations. The construction of formidable hilltop fortifications adhered to established patterns. Yet Dacian engineers pioneered unique architectural solutions that maximized defensive efficacy while simultaneously minimizing construction costs and labor demands. The legendary Murus Dacius stands as the crowning achievement of these defensive innovations, creating robust wall systems capable of withstanding prolonged sieges with relatively modest maintenance requirements. The ingenious construction technique of the Murus Dacius involved creating a sturdy framework of horizontal wooden beams securely anchored by vertical posts, with the intervening spaces meticulously filled with precisely fitted stone blocks. This innovative construction method resulted in walls that possessed both remarkable flexibility and immense strength, capable of absorbing the brutal impacts of siege engines without collapsing, while presenting formidable obstacles to direct assault. The integrated wooden framework efficiently distributed stress loads across the entire wall structure, effectively preventing localized failures that could create critical breach points for attacking forces. Dacian engineers also thoughtfully incorporated sophisticated drainage systems within their wall construction, a preventative measure against water damage and frost heaving that could critically weaken stone foundations over time. Warrior culture among the Dacians placed immense emphasis on personal courage, unwavering loyalty to their chieftains, and profound religious devotion. These core tenets collectively fostered highly motivated military forces, capable of sustained and fierce resistance even against numerically superior adversaries. The seamless integration of Zalmoxis worship into the very fabric of military culture provided a potent spiritual justification for aggressive warfare, simultaneously assuaging the fear of death among warriors who held a steadfast belief in the immortality of the soul. This profound religious dimension imbued Dacian military culture with significant psychological advantages, often surprising foreign opponents who consistently underestimated the unparalleled Dacian determination and formidable resilience in battle. The establishment of major Dacian settlements during this period was a direct consequence of both pressing defensive necessities and burgeoning economic opportunities that fundamentally shaped the emerging kingdom structure. Sarmizegetusa Regia, strategically situated in the Orashti Mountains, commenced its development as a fortified settlement during the 3rd century BC. Although its eventual evolution into the primary Dacian political and religious epicenter unfolded gradually over several generations, the site's initial selection reflected a meticulous consideration of its inherent defensive advantages, reliable access to water, significant agricultural potential, and close proximity to vital mineral resources capable of sustaining a large, permanent population. Early construction efforts at Sarmizegetusa Regia were primarily concentrated on erecting robust defensive fortifications designed to protect the settlement's core areas, while simultaneously providing a secure refuge for the surrounding agricultural communities during times of conflict. The site's natural topography offered substantial advantages, including steep slopes on multiple sides, consistently reliable water sources, and commanding panoramic views over the surrounding valleys, which provided invaluable early warning of approaching enemies. Dacian engineers masterfully enhanced these natural features through extensive terracing projects, creating level areas suitable for construction while simultaneously reinforcing slope stability through the strategic placement of sturdy stone retaining walls. Sixicom, the hallowed sanctuary at Sarmizegetusa Regia, emerged in tandem with the formidable defensive fortifications of the settlement, profoundly underscoring the deep intertwining of spiritual and governmental authority that distinctly defined the organizational framework of the Dacian kingdom. Extensive archaeological investigations have meticulously brought to light the foundational vestiges of both curvilinear and rectilinear temple complexes, which ingeniously featured a blend of robust stone and enduring timber construction materials. These esteemed religious edifices were not merely sanctuaries for devotional practices, but fulfilled a multiplicity of crucial societal roles, serving as focal points for communal worship, designated venues for the convocation of tribal councils, and secure custodians for revered artifacts and invaluable tribal treasures, all of which powerfully symbolized the inherent political legitimacy of the ruling elite. Concurrently, other prominent Dacian strongholds nestled within the formidable Orashti Mountains exhibited analogous developmental trajectories, with significant locations such as Kostesht, Tsetatsuya, Blidaru, and Piatra Roșie, each fulfilling distinct, specialized roles within a meticulously integrated defensive network. Kostesht, Tsetatsuya, for instance, strategically commanded crucial ingress points originating from both the southern and western approaches. Furthermore, its commanding altitude afforded unparalleled sightlines for interfortress signaling, enabling rapid visual communication with adjacent fortifications through the deployment of signal fires by night and meticulously orchestrated smoke columns by day. The architectural design of this particular site ingeniously featured a sophisticated arrangement of concentric defensive barriers, artfully designed to strategically direct invading armies into pre-established lethal corridors, concurrently providing secure and protected egress pathways for the defending garrisons. The stronghold of Blidaru functioned dually as a strategic military bastion and a significant spiritual nexus, a fact substantiated by archaeological findings revealing the coexistence of both formidable fortification structures and revered temple complexes. The inherently strategic placement of this site enabled it to exercise dominion over critical mountain defiles, simultaneously upholding vital conduits of intelligence and logistical connections with the principal administrative centers at Sarmizegetusa Regia. Notably, Dacian engineers operating at Blidaru pioneered sophisticated hydrological engineering solutions, designing and implementing ingenious water management systems that efficiently harnessed and conserved precipitation within extensive subterranean reservoirs, thereby guaranteeing a dependable provision of potable water throughout protracted siege conditions. The robust economic foundations of the burgeoning Dacian kingdoms were intrinsically reliant upon a multifaceted economic framework encompassing abundant agrarian yields, the systematic exploitation of geological resources through mining, skilled artisanal manufacturing, and extensive long-distance commercial relationships. Dacian agricultural practices had undergone a profound transformation from earlier subsistence farming, evolving to embrace highly specialized cultivation methodologies, sophisticated animal husbandry operations, and advanced food processing techniques that generated substantial market-ready excesses. The inherently fertile valleys of Transylvania demonstrated exceptional suitability for the prolific production of grains, with compelling archaeological evidence attesting to the widespread cultivation of staples such as wheat, barley, millet, and a diverse array of legumes, which collectively supplied essential provisions for both human consumption and animal fodder. Dacian farmers ingeniously developed sophisticated rotational cropping methodologies, meticulously designed to preserve soil vitality while simultaneously optimizing harvest outputs. These advanced agrarian techniques synthesized both autochthonous expertise and advancements assimilated from interactions with Mediterranean farming traditions. The widespread adoption of robust iron plowshares, which became a common implement throughout the 4th century BC, dramatically augmented agrarian output by facilitating deeper soil cultivation and considerably more efficient land preparation. Beyond cultivation, Dacian agricultural communities also conceived and fabricated purpose-built implements specifically designed for the harvesting, processing, and secure storage of grain crops. These innovative tools not only significantly alleviated the demands of manual exertion, but also played a crucial role in enhancing both the intrinsic quality and the longevity of foodstuffs. Animal husbandry practices among the Dacians primarily focused on the rearing of bovine, ovine, caprine, and porcine livestock, which yielded a diverse array of essential provisions including meat, dairy products, leather, wool, and other vital commodities for both domestic sustenance and commercial exchange. Dacian herders instituted sophisticated transhumant pastoralism, systematically relocating herds and flocks across varying seasonal grazing grounds, thereby optimizing pasturage utilization while simultaneously alleviating strain upon arable territories. The rugged and elevated mountainous terrain characteristic of Dacian territories demonstrated exceptional aptitude for sheep and goat herding, as high-altitude pastures afforded excellent summer grazing opportunities, while sheltered valleys provided crucial winter refuge. Within Dacian society, metalwork stood as the preeminent and most economically vital artisanal endeavor, with extensive gold and silver mining operations generating the requisite affluence to sustain centralized political structures and formidable military forces. The majestic Apuseni Mountains, in particular, harbored abundant auriferous deposits that Dacian prospectors systematically extracted through both overt surface mining and intricate subterranean shaft operations. Archaeological investigations conducted at historically significant locations, such as Rochia Montana, have meticulously uncovered vast subterranean networks comprising vertical shafts, expansive horizontal galleries, and ingenious hydraulic evacuation mechanisms, all meticulously designed to facilitate profound subsurface ore retrieval. Dacian mining techniques integrated both native ingenuity and advanced methodologies assimilated through interaction with sophisticated Mediterranean civilizations. A prime example was the innovative use of fire setting, a technique that allowed prospectors to fracture exceptionally hard rock formations, thereby enabling access to ore deposits that would have been intractable with mere manual implements. This intricate process entailed superheating rock surfaces with intense pyres, subsequently dousing them with copious amounts of water to induce sudden thermal shock fractures, which could then be meticulously dislodged using robust picks and wedges. Furthermore, Dacian miners pioneered sophisticated hydraulic extraction techniques, employing channeled riverine currents to sluice auriferous gravels, effectively separating precious metals from worthless detritus. Conversely, silver mining operations conducted within Dacian territories primarily targeted argentiferous lead ore deposits, necessitating more intricate extractive and refining methodologies compared to the relatively simpler process of gold mining. Dacian metallurgists ingeniously devised sophisticated pyrometallurgical processes to disjoin silver from lead through meticulously regulated thermal and oxidative stages. These advanced techniques demanded purpose-built kilns, exact thermostatic regulation, and highly proficient artisans who possessed an intimate comprehension of the intricate chemical transformations inherent in metallurgical refinement. The resulting high-purity silver subsequently emerged as an indispensable commercial asset, significantly fostering mercantile connections with Greek colonies and other influential Mediterranean civilizations. Robust trade relationships between the Dacian kingdoms and the Greek colonies, strategically positioned along the Black Sea coast, flourished throughout the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, forging expansive commercial conduits that facilitated the reciprocal exchange of Dacian raw materials for sophisticated manufactured goods, coveted luxury items, and significant cultural influences. Prominent Greek colonies such as Histria, Tomis, and Calatis functioned as pivotal entrepôts, effectively linking Dacian territories with the broader, interconnected Mediterranean commercial systems. Dacian merchants assiduously conveyed precious metals like gold and silver, abundant agrarian commodities, live animals, and intricate artisanal creations to these littoral emporia, obtaining in reciprocity viticultural products, oleaginous liquids, ceramic wares, intricate metal craft, and sundry fabricated articles. The concurrent development of standardized weights and measures further expedited these mercantile interactions by establishing universally accepted commercial benchmarks, thereby significantly reducing transaction costs and mitigating potential disputes. Further archaeological evidence suggests that within Dacian domains, adapted iterations of Hellenic commercial metrics were embraced for external dealings, concurrently upholding autochthonous mensuration frameworks for internal exchanges and local transactions. This pragmatic bimodal methodology empowered Dacian traders to engage proficiently in transnational commerce, while simultaneously preserving traditional commercial practices and cultural norms within their own sovereign territories. The intricate commercial networks and sophisticated political structures that had meticulously developed and matured over the preceding centuries collectively laid the groundwork upon which a singular, visionary leader would ultimately construct the inaugural consolidated Dacian polity. Approximately around 70 BC, a formidable chieftain named Burebista ascended from the ancestral bastions of authority nestled within the rugged Carpathian Mountains, bearing aspirations that vastly transcended the confines of the localized kingdoms that had defined Dacian political fragmentation for countless generations. In stark contrast to his forebears, who had primarily concentrated their efforts on solidifying dominion solely within the Carpathian Depression, Burebista conceptualized a pan-Dacian confederacy destined to exert hegemony across the entirety of Southeastern Europe, stretching majestically from the Black Sea littoral to the expansive Pannonian Plain. Burebista's ascent to prominence transpired amidst an epoch characterized by escalating exogenous pressures that profoundly imperiled the long-standing sovereignty of the Dacian people. Celtic migrations from the western frontiers had introduced novel martial strategies and organizational paradigms that directly contested pre-existing territorial demarcations, while the relentless Roman expansion into the Balkans posed unparalleled perils to Dacian mercantile conduits and their inherent political self-governance. Simultaneously, the Greek colonies along the Black Sea coast endured intensifying encroachment from both formidable Roman legions and Pontic military might, severely dislocating the intricate commercial arteries that had grown indispensable to Dacian economic vitality. This confluence of formidable adversities necessitated strategic counteractions transcending the limited capacities of disparate kingdoms, thereby creating fertile ground for leaders capable of articulating compelling visions of unified resistance and meticulously coordinated action. The inaugural phase of Burebistas' ambitious consolidation campaign centered upon establishing firm dominion over the Carpathian domains within Transylvania, employing a multifaceted strategy encompassing martial subjugation, astute diplomatic overtures, and spiritual endorsement. Archaeological evidence from this pivotal era points to substantial infrastructural development at key strategic strongholds, strongly suggesting that Burebista channeled considerable resources into bolstering defensive capabilities, concurrently with augmenting the martial strength essential for territorial aggrandizement. Specifically, the amelioration of the extant defensive works at Sarmizegetusa Regia encompassed the erection of additional formidable defensive works walls, the establishment of augmented logistical depots, and the construction of capacious residential quarters, all designed to house an expanded cadre of administrative functionaries and military contingents. Burebista's meticulous military framework skillfully integrated the inherent ferocity of traditional Dacian warrior culture with groundbreaking advancements, significantly amplifying its operational prowess against a wide array of adversaries. While the formidable falx continued its reign as the quintessential weapon of the Dacian heavy infantry, Burebista's burgeoning forces were also augmented by highly specialized contingents. These units were meticulously outfitted with an assortment of spears, robust shields, and essential protective armor, enabling them to confront and engage opposing formations using more orthodox, established tactical doctrines. This strategic military diversification provided Dacian armies with the crucial flexibility to tailor their combat methodologies precisely to the prevailing battlefield circumstances and the unique strengths and weaknesses of their foes, thereby moving beyond an exclusive dependence on ancestral fighting techniques that might have proven utterly inadequate when confronted by exceptionally well-disciplined and organized adversaries. The comprehensive recruitment apparatus underpinning Burebista's ambitious military expansion efforts systematically harnessed the collective strength of the entire Dacian populace. This was achieved through a novel system of obligations, which ingeniously fused time-honored warrior service traditions with a more formalized and structured military organizational model. Adolescent males, often hailing from agrarian communities, underwent rigorous instruction in various disciplines. Proficient weapons handling, intricate formation fighting, and sophisticated siege warfare techniques. This intensive regimen meticulously molded them from intermittent tribal combatants into dedicated, professional soldiers, fully equipped for prolonged and arduous campaign operations. Such a profound shift towards military professionalization necessitated the allocation of considerable economic capital, vital for sustaining extensive training curricula, facilitating the mass production of armaments and gear, and managing the intricate logistical networks essential for maintaining sizable armies in active service for extended durations. The methodical consolidation of Dacian tribes under Burebista's formidable dominion unfolded in an organized fashion across the expansive Carpathian region. Each triumphant integration of a new tribal entity invariably furnished supplementary resources and crucial manpower, thereby fueling successive and increasingly ambitious expansionary endeavors. This intricate process characteristically commenced with astute diplomatic initiatives, wherein emphasis was judiciously placed upon a shared cultural heritage, deeply ingrained common religious convictions, and the reciprocal advantages inherent in political collaboration. Chieftains of tribes who willingly acknowledged Buurbista's overarching authority were generally permitted to preserve a substantial degree of self-governance over their immediate local concerns. In return, they were expected to contribute both military contingents and regular tribute payments to the burgeoning Central Confederation. Conversely, those who adamantly opposed this burgeoning authority were met with meticulously orchestrated military offensives, which skillfully blended direct, forceful assaults with calculated economic coercion, specifically engineered to isolate dissenting factions and to foster widespread desertion among their adherents. The seamless absorption of previously adversarial groups into Buurbista's burgeoning confederation necessitated the establishment of highly intricate administrative frameworks. These systems were designed not only to effectively oversee varied populations, but also to simultaneously uphold a state of perpetual military preparedness, essential for the ongoing trajectory of expansion. Dacian administrative methodologies prevalent during this epoch ingeniously fused components of inherited tribal governance with progressive innovations, thereby facilitating centralized oversight and strategic coordination across an immense geographical expanse. While local chieftains continued to exercise dominion over the immediate concerns of their respective communities, all pivotal determinations concerning military expeditions, the meticulous apportionment of vital resources, and the intricate tapestry of external diplomatic engagements invariably mandated the explicit sanction from Buurbista's paramount central administration, headquartered at the formidable Zalmoxis Regia. The strategic implementation of religious unification constituted an absolutely pivotal element within Buurbista's overarching consolidation strategy. The cultivation of widely embraced spiritual beliefs furnished robust cultural underpinnings, fostering political collaboration among tribal entities that had until then maintained their distinct independence. It was within this context that the esteemed high priest Dacian rose to prominence, becoming Buurbista's foremost associate in orchestrating profound religious transformations. These reforms were meticulously designed to both invigorate a cohesive Dacian cultural identity and simultaneously confer legitimacy upon the burgeoning centralized political authority. Dacian himself commanded an encyclopedic understanding of ancestral Dacian religious customs and observances. Crucially, he also possessed the sagacity to discern how deeply held spiritual convictions could be judiciously modified to advance specific political aims, all without in any way diluting or denigrating their fundamental sacred essence. The extensive religious purification initiative spearheaded by Dacian encompassed the systematic harmonization of ritualistic observances throughout every territory subject to Buurbista's dominion. This deliberate effort forged cohesive ceremonial traditions, which in turn powerfully reinforced the nascent political unity by cultivating profound, shared spiritual experiences among the populace. Across the vast Dacian lands, hallowed sacred groves were afforded heightened safeguarding and meticulous upkeep, while novel religious sanctuaries were strategically erected at pivotal geographical points, fulfilling a dual purpose as both spiritual veneration sites and crucial administrative hubs. These newly established religious epicenters evolved into vital gathering places for recurring assemblies, drawing together delegates and representatives from a myriad of distinct tribal factions. Such convocations fostered invaluable avenues for robust political discourse and vibrant cultural interchange, thereby substantially fortifying the intricate bonds of the burgeoning confederation. Dacian masterminded and enacted an exhaustive interdiction against the consumption of wine, a decree that simultaneously encapsulated objectives of religious purification and pragmatic political calculations. This sweeping prohibition on viticulture and its products fulfilled a multitude of strategic roles within Burebista's grand unification scheme. Fundamentally, it eradicated a significant wellspring of social discord and unruly behavior that had, throughout history, frequently ignited and exacerbated internecine conflicts between various tribal collectives. Concurrently, it served as a potent demonstration of the central authority's burgeoning capacity to impose and enforce regulations concerning personal conduct across the entirety of the unified confederation. Compelling archaeological findings from this specific era corroborate a precipitous decline in artifacts associated with wine production and consumption discovered at Dacian settlements, strongly implying a broad adherence to the prohibition, notwithstanding its potential for engendering discontent among particular segments of the populace. Beyond its immediate social and religious ramifications, the stringent wine prohibition also engendered profound economic consequences, which served to bolster Dacian self-reliance and diminish its reliance on foreign commercial ties, concurrently stimulating the cultivation of substitute agricultural commodities. Dacian agriculturists, who had historically dedicated their labor to viticulture for wine production, strategically rechanneled their endeavors. Their focus shifted towards cultivating essential grain crops, raising livestock, and pursuing other diverse farming activities that were directly instrumental in sustaining ongoing military campaigns and accommodating the Confederation's expanding population. This deliberate reorientation of the agricultural sector not only curtailed Dacian susceptibility to imported wines, but also generated an appreciable surplus of produce, capable of underwriting the maintenance of more substantial military contingents and the increasingly complex administrative apparatus. The concerted initiative to fortify cultural identity, a cornerstone of the joint rule of Burebista and Decianus, manifested through the vigorous advancement of unequivocally Dacian artistic legacies, distinctive architectural idioms, and refined craftsmanship. These unique cultural expressions served to clearly differentiate the members of the burgeoning confederation from their surrounding polities. Dacian artisans specializing in metalwork, in particular, honed and evolved progressively intricate decorative methodologies. These techniques seamlessly integrated ancestral geometric motifs with innovative artistic components, frequently commemorating significant military triumphs and notable political milestones. Such flourishing artistic progressions not only forged powerful visual emblems of Dacian identity, which in turn solidified political allegiance, but also unequivocally showcased the Confederation's profound cultural refinement to discerning observers from beyond its borders. The formidable territorial expansion that succeeded the successful unification of the Dacian peoples unfolded concurrently across numerous strategic fronts. Burebista's disciplined legions initiated meticulously coordinated military operations against Celtic tribes positioned to the west, various Thracian factions inhabiting the southern reaches, and the established Greek settlements dotted along the Black Sea littoral. The subjugation of adjacent Celtic domains necessitated the deployment of markedly distinct military doctrines compared to those effectively utilized against fellow Dacian tribes. This divergence was primarily due to the fact that Celtic warriors employed an altogether different array of armaments, tactical approaches, and defensive engineering, all of which unequivocally demanded highly flexible and responsive countermeasures from Burebustas's advancing forces. Characteristically, Celtic settlements were fortified by formidable and sprawling earthwork ramparts, frequently encircled by robust timber palisades. While these defenses proved resilient against direct frontal assaults, they exhibited a distinct susceptibility to sophisticated siege warfare strategies. In response, Dacian military engineers meticulously conceived and fabricated specialized siege apparatus, purpose-built to surmount Celtic defensive structures while simultaneously curtailing the loss of life among their attacking contingents. These refined siege methodologies skillfully integrated principles derived from Mediterranean military engineering, knowledge of which Dacian forces had acquired through their interactions with established Greek colonies and their observations of Roman military maneuvers within the broader geographical area. The meticulous fabrication of towering siege engines, powerful battering rams, and formidable catapult devices demanded the expertise of highly proficient artisans and the allocation of substantial material wealth. Nevertheless, these strategic investments empowered Dacian forces to systematically dismantle and conquer entrenched positions that would have otherwise remained unassailable through conventional, direct assault tactics. The incorporation of newly acquired Celtic territories into Burebustas's burgeoning confederation faithfully adhered to the precedents meticulously laid during the initial Dacian unification process. Local chieftains who offered peaceful capitulation were generally permitted to retain their dominion over their respective communities, whereas those who chose to defy were summarily supplanted by appointed Dacian administrators. The Celtic populace brought with them a wealth of invaluable proficiencies in specialized metalworking, advanced agricultural practices, and extensive trade networks, all of which significantly augmented the economic capacity and robustness of the Confederation. Furthermore, Celtic warriors who pledged allegiance to Dacian authority contributed a vital influx of supplementary military personnel, indispensable for the successful prosecution of ensuing expansionary endeavors. The military expeditions directed against Thracian territories introduced a distinct set of complexities and formidable challenges. These populations, notably, shared deep-seated cultural affinities and linguistic commonalities with the Dacians themselves, a factor that inherently convoluted the military and political dynamics between them. A segment of Thracian tribes perceived Dacian expansion as a welcome emancipation from external subjugation and foreign tyranny. In stark contrast, other factions considered it an unwelcome invasion and subjugation perpetrated by distant kin, who, in their view, had forsaken their venerable ancestral customs. Consequently, Burebustas's commanders were compelled to meticulously differentiate between those Thracian communities amenable to integration through peaceful negotiation and those whose incorporation unequivocally necessitated outright military subjugation. This intricate discernment process mandated not only highly refined intelligence-gathering capabilities, but also exceptional diplomatic acumen. The successful subjugation of Thracian territories endowed Burebustas's confederation with invaluable access to critical trade arteries, establishing vital linkages between the mighty Danube River and the distant Aegean Sea. This strategic acquisition dramatically amplified Dacian commercial prospects, simultaneously lessening its reliance on the more localized Black Sea coastal commerce. Furthermore, Thracian agrarian methodologies, especially their expertise in viniculture and sophisticated livestock husbandry, presented a trove of precious knowledge. This wisdom could be judiciously modified and applied to Dacian ecological circumstances, even in the face of the Confederation's established religious prescription against wine consumption. The assimilation of Thracian communities also furnished a cadre of proficient linguistic and cultural intermediaries, individuals instrumental in smoothing and advancing diplomatic overtures with other autonomous Thracian groups and the influential Greek city-states. Dacian groups and Greek cities. The Greek cities situated along the western coastline of the Black Sea presented the most formidable obstacles to the expansionist ambitions of the Dacian people. These urban centers were fortified with advanced defensive structures, manned by highly trained professional military forces, and could potentially draw upon the formidable support of external powers, including the burgeoning Roman Republic and various Hellenistic monarchies. These Hellenic colonies had meticulously cultivated extensive and sophisticated commercial networks, which furnished them with an abundance of resources and military aid far surpassing what any individual city could independently muster. Consequently, any assault on these cities necessitated meticulous planning and intricate strategic coordination, specifically designed to preclude them from receiving crucial external reinforcements during the intense operations of a siege. Burebista's military campaigns against these resilient Greek cities strategically employed a comprehensive combination of both land-based and naval operations. This dual approach was engineered to effectively isolate the target settlements, thereby preventing any possibility of escape or resupply by sea. Dacian forces, exhibiting remarkable resourcefulness, constructed temporary naval vessels utilizing readily available local timber and ingeniously repurposed captured Greek ships to forge improvised fleets. These makeshift flotillas were then deployed with the specific objective of blockading harbors and intercepting vital supply convoys. Such naval endeavors demanded that Dacian warriors master unfamiliar fighting techniques and acquire proficient navigation skills, unequivocally showcasing the Confederation's exceptional adaptability and impressive learning capacity under the astute leadership of Burebista. The successful subjugation of these Greek cities proved to be immensely advantageous, affording Dacian forces unparalleled access to a suite of advanced military technologies. This included sophisticated siege engines, cutting-edge naval equipment, and refined metallurgical techniques, all of which significantly augmented their capabilities for subsequent military campaigns. Furthermore, Greek craftsmen and skilled engineers who survived the conquest often found themselves integrated into Dacian service, thereby contributing their specialized knowledge and invaluable expertise to the Confederation's burgeoning military and economic development. This strategic integration of Greek technical acumen with traditional Dacian skills fostered the creation of hybrid technologies that demonstrably proved superior to either tradition when considered in isolation. The intricate diplomatic relationships between Burebista's burgeoning confederation and the formidable Roman Republic began to unfold during a tumultuous epoch marked by intense civil conflict within the Roman state. This period, characterized by internal strife, simultaneously presented both propitious opportunities and inherent perils for Dacian foreign policy. The relentless Roman expansion into the Balkan Peninsula had inevitably brought Roman legions into direct geographical proximity with Dacian territories, thereby creating an inherent potential for either cooperative alliances or outright military confrontation, contingent upon the prevailing specific circumstances and the dominant personalities involved. The protracted Roman civil wars afforded Burebista strategic avenues to exert influence over Roman politics through the judicious and selective endorsement of various competing factions. However, these calculated interventions also carried the considerable risk of provoking severe Roman retaliation, irrespective of which faction ultimately emerged victorious. Burebista's deliberate involvement in these Roman civil wars underscored a profound and sophisticated comprehension of the intricate Roman political dynamics, alongside a shrewd strategic calculation of the potential benefits and inherent risks associated with divergent policy options. The Dacian king astutely recognized that Roman internal conflicts engendered temporary vulnerabilities that could be adroitly exploited to advance Dacian interests. Yet he simultaneously understood that Roman military capabilities remained formidable, even amidst periods of profound political instability. Therefore, Dacian diplomatic strategy meticulously emphasized a measured and circumspect involvement, carefully calibrated to influence Roman behavior without precipitating an overwhelming retaliatory response. The strategic relationship between Burebista and the illustrious Pompey the Great blossomed through a network of astute intermediaries who recognized a shared mutual interest in opposing the escalating power of Julius Caesar within the Roman Republic. Pompey's extensive control over the eastern Mediterranean territories naturally aligned with Dacian interests in preserving their independence from Roman expansion, while Burebista's formidable military forces represented a potent potential ally capable of threatening Caesar's strategic positions in Gaul and Germania. Archaeological findings from this era strongly indicate a discernible increase in diplomatic activity between Dacian territories and regions under Roman suzerainty, suggesting a consistent and regular channel of communication between the two influential powers. Burebista's contemplated support for Pompey against Caesar necessitated complex and protracted negotiations concerning military assistance, territorial arrangements, and the intricate post-war political relationships that would subsequently govern future interactions between Dacian and Roman domains. These intricate diplomatic discussions demanded that Dacian representatives adeptly navigate the sophisticated Roman political protocols while meticulously safeguarding essential Dacian interests and maintaining crucial flexibility in anticipation of evolving circumstances. The shocking assassination of Caesar in 44 BC dramatically reconfigured the entire strategic landscape, effectively eliminating immediate threats to Dacian independence, while simultaneously introducing new and profound uncertainties regarding future Roman policies towards Southeastern Europe. Coincidentally, the assassination of Burebista, also in 44 BC, precipitated an immediate and profound succession crisis that gravely imperiled the vast confederation he had painstakingly spent decades constructing. The precise circumstances surrounding his demise remain shrouded in historical ambiguity, with various ancient sources positing diverse motives and suggesting different perpetrators. Strabo, for instance, alludes to internal opposition from Dacian nobles who resented Burebista's centralized authority, while other historical accounts point towards external adversaries who recognized that the elimination of Burebista represented the most effective means of debilitating Dacian power. Regardless of the specific circumstances, his death occurred at a critically pivotal moment when the Confederation desperately required robust leadership to maintain cohesion among the diverse tribal groups that had only recently been integrated under a unified central authority. Dacianus emerged from this profound political upheaval as both a logical and indispensable successor to Burebista's formidable authority. although his ascent to power diverged significantly from that of his predecessor. Unlike Burebista, who had achieved his dominance primarily through relentless military conquest and shrewd political maneuvering, Dacian possessed inherent religious authority, which provided alternative wellsprings of legitimacy among the Dacian populace. His esteemed role as high priest of the Zalmoxian cult had positioned him as Burebista's closest confidant and principal collaborator in the implementation of the religious reforms that had profoundly strengthened Dacian cultural identity throughout the Confederation. This deeply entrenched religious foundation empowered Dacian to assert authority based on divine sanction rather than purely secular power, thereby forging a distinct yet equally effective basis for political control. The Regency period, commencing around 44 BC, signified a fundamental metamorphosis in Dacian governance, shifting from a predominantly military leadership paradigm towards a more intricate system that meticulously integrated religious, legal, and administrative authority under a unified direction. Dacian astutely recognized that sustaining the Confederation's unity demanded more than mere military force or charismatic leadership. It necessitated the establishment of robust institutional structures capable of outliving individual leaders and providing seamless continuity across generational transitions. His approach to governance strongly emphasized the meticulous development of formal legal codes, the standardization of religious practices, and the implementation of systematic administrative procedures that would collectively forge enduring foundations for Dacian political organization. Dacian immediately confronted formidable challenges from tribal leaders who had previously submitted to Burebista's overwhelming military power, but now questioned the legitimacy and authority of a priest-king who conspicuously lacked comparable martial credentials. Several peripheral territories, emboldened by Burebista's death, attempted to reassert their independence, calculating that religious authority alone could not compel obedience from populations accustomed to a warrior-led leadership. These challenges unequivocally demanded that Dacian demonstrate that his innovative governance model could effectively maintain territorial integrity and military effectiveness while simultaneously providing superior administrative services that unequivocally justified centralized authority. The profound religious legitimacy that Dacian brought to Dacian leadership enabled him to implement far-reaching reforms that would have been utterly unattainable under a purely secular authority. His deep and nuanced understanding of Zalmoxian theology furnished him with sophisticated arguments for political obedience, meticulously grounded in divine will rather than mere human coercion. Dacian populations, who might have resisted secular administrative demands, readily accepted similar requirements when they were presented as sacred religious obligations, deemed necessary for spiritual purification and the attainment of divine favor. This pervasive religious framework masterfully transformed potentially contentious political reforms into sacred duties, carrying profound temporal and eternal consequences for either compliance or resistance. The systematic codification of Dacian laws under Dacian represented the inaugural comprehensive attempt to establish unified legal standards across the entire expansive Confederation territory. Prior legal practices had exhibited significant variability among the diverse tribal groups, with each community staunchly maintaining its own customary laws and judicial procedures, which reflected localized traditions and specific historical circumstances. This inherent legal diversity had invariably created administrative complexities and recurrent jurisdictional conflicts that invariably undermined the Confederation's unity. particularly in instances involving disputes between members of different tribal groups or communities situated near territorial boundaries. Dacian approached legal codification through a meticulous synthesis of existing tribal laws, rather than imposing entirely novel legal frameworks that might have provoked widespread resistance from traditional communities. His dedicated legal scholars conducted extensive and thorough surveys of customary practices throughout Dacian territories, diligently identifying common principles and established procedures that could serve as robust foundations for unified legal codes. In instances where tribal practices conflicted, Dacian sagaciously established standardized procedures that ingeniously incorporated elements from multiple traditions, while consistently emphasizing fundamental principles derived from Zalmoxian religious teachings regarding justice, community responsibility, and divine judgment. The meticulously formulated legal framework that emerged under Dacian's direction systematically addressed critical aspects concerning proprietary entitlements, the protocols for transferring legacies, the administration of criminal proceedings, and the dynamics of mercantile dealings. These vital societal domains had, until then, been subject to a patchwork of disparate and often contradictory local conventions. Specifically, the property legislation within the Dacian Code meticulously delineated unequivocal guidelines for the proprietorship of land, the prerogatives associated with extracting natural resources, and the precise demarcation of territorial limits. This systematic approach significantly mitigated intercommunal friction and simultaneously furnished robust legal scaffolding conducive to sustained economic advancement. Furthermore, the statutes pertaining to inheritance instituted uniform methodologies for the transmission of assets and the devolution of political dominion across successive generations, thereby curtailing the contentious succession disputes that had historically been a pervasive catalyst for political disquietude. Under the purview of this innovative legal instrument, the protocols for criminal justice conspicuously prioritized restorative justice and civic engagement over strictly punitive sanctions. This orientation was a direct embodiment of fundamental Zalmoxian tenets concerning spiritual atonement and the cultivation of societal equilibrium. While grave transgressions imperiling communal safety or religious sanctity might indeed incur severe penalties, such as banishment or capital punishment, the vast majority of infractions mandated that perpetrators make amends to their victims and undertake communal tasks. These acts served as tangible proof of their dedication to societal reintegration and personal reform. Such judicial mechanisms deftly integrated venerable Dacian notions of personal integrity and societal disapprobation, simultaneously furnishing methodical avenues for arbitrating disagreements and upholding the fabric of social order. The systematic codification of commercial statutes meticulously managed the intricate web of trading relationships that had organically proliferated across the entire Confederation. This involved the establishment of universally accepted standards for weights, measures, and monetary systems, which not only streamlined long-range commercial exchanges, but also offered crucial safeguards to indigenous merchants against deceptive dealings. The comprehensive legal framework precisely outlined protocols for the rigorous enforcement of contractual agreements, the diligent recovery of outstanding debts, and the equitable resolution of commercial disagreements. This robust structure empowered traders to conduct their operations with assurance across diverse tribal territories, liberated from the apprehension of capricious legal rulings or erratic judicial processes. These formidable commercial safeguards actively spurred economic expansion, concurrently generating substantial fiscal receipts that were vital for underwriting the Confederation's administrative overheads and military expenditures. The consolidation of the Zalmoxian cult under the leadership of Dacians encompassed a dual strategy of profound theological evolution and extensive institutional growth. This transformative process elevated conventional Dacian religious observances into elaborate systems, perfectly suited to underpin intricate political and social structures. While Zalmoxian theology had historically focused on the personal spiritual journey and an intimate communion with celestial powers, Dacians ingeniously cultivated the collective dimensions of religious worship. These communal practices served to fortify interpersonal connections and bolster political allegiance among the diverse constituents of the Confederation. Such pioneering theological advancements skillfully preserved deeply ingrained spiritual convictions while simultaneously tailoring them to address the pragmatic imperatives of a burgeoning, large-scale political entity. The expansion of religious institutions during Dacian's reign notably featured the inauguration of structured sacerdotal hierarchies. These hierarchies were meticulously designed to deliver spiritual services across the entirety of the Confederation's domains, all while upholding theological uniformity and ensuring efficient administrative synchronization. Clerics from local communities underwent rigorous instruction at specialized central religious academies, which effectively standardized both doctrinal understanding and ritualistic protocols. This initiative cultivated a cadre of professional religious functionaries capable of fulfilling both spiritual guidance and administrative duties within their respective communities. Consequently, these ordained individuals emerged as crucial conduits between the central governing power and the populace at the local level, articulating governmental directives through a religious lens and, in turn, relaying localized issues and prevailing conditions back to the central administration. The advancement of sacred locales throughout the Dacian epoch encompassed both the considerable augmentation of pre-existing spiritual sites and the establishment of novel ceremonial hubs. These centers were designed to fulfill crucial religious and political roles across the entire Confederation. Sarmizegetusa Regia, in particular, underwent significant religious architectural endeavors, fundamentally altering its character to become the preeminent pilgrimage site for Dacian communities scattered throughout the Confederation's expanse. Material findings from archaeological excavations corroborate the construction of numerous elaborate temple complexes, expansive ceremonial plazas, and comprehensive residential provisions, all engineered to comfortably host substantial congregations of devout visitors during significant religious festivities and ceremonial rites. The meticulously crafted sacred calendar instituted by Dacian orchestrated periodic opportunities for pan-Confederation religious observances, drawing together delegates from every tribal collective and geographical district. These grand religious festivals functioned on multiple levels. They were profound spiritual commemorations, pivotal political convocations, and vibrant commercial venues. Through these shared experiences and reciprocal engagements, they profoundly reinforced the cohesion of the Confederation. The scheduling of these principal festivals was thoughtfully aligned with crucial agricultural cycles and celestial phenomena, which carried deep ancestral resonance, while simultaneously integrating novel components that lauded the Confederation's accomplishments and its consolidated political identity. The theocratic governance components inaugurated by Dacian embodied highly refined endeavors to seamlessly interweave spiritual authority with the pragmatic requirements of administration, all without diminishing either the intrinsic spiritual integrity or the operational efficacy of the government. Esteemed religious councils, comprising venerable priests drawn from disparate geographical territories, offered crucial consultative guidance to political administrators. Concurrently, these councils steadfastly preserved their autonomy in matters pertaining exclusively to spiritual doctrine. This judicious demarcation between the sacred and secular domains served to preempt discord between temporal and spiritual powers, while simultaneously guaranteeing that governmental directives remained in harmonious alignment with deeply held Dacian religious tenets and established cultural practices. The remarkable architectural accomplishments realized during Dacian's ascendancy were a dual manifestation of acute practical defensive imperatives and profound symbolic declarations of Dacian cultural refinement. These structures eloquently broadcasted the Confederation's prowess to both its internal populace and external observers. Throughout this era, construction undertakings were distinguished by their colossal proportions and groundbreaking technical ingenuity, serving to highlight the extraordinary engineering capacities of the Dacian people. Simultaneously, these edifices fulfilled vital practical roles in areas such as defense, governmental administration, and religious ceremonies. Such ambitious building initiatives necessitated meticulously orchestrated labor forces, highly specialized technical expertise, and considerable material provisions, all of which undeniably underscored the Confederation's formidable organizational acumen and robust economic vitality. Improvements in defensive architecture concentrated on augmenting extant fortification networks, while simultaneously pioneering novel construction methodologies designed to afford unparalleled safeguarding against burgeoning military perils. The distinctive Dacian construction method attained its zenith of refinement during the Dacian era, as engineers meticulously honed sophisticated stone-fitting practices and advanced structural engineering tenets. These innovations culminated in the creation of defensive ramparts that were, to all intents and purposes, unassailable. These formidable fortifications were endowed with intricate characteristics, encompassing layered defensive perimeters, ingeniously concealed sally ports, subterranean storage vaults, and cohesive water management infrastructure, all meticulously conceived to withstand protracted blockades. The evolution of sacred architecture throughout this epoch gave rise to some of the most intricate religious edifices in classical Europe. These structures masterfully merged time-honored Dacian construction methods with pioneering innovations, thereby showcasing an amplified depth of technical proficiency and refined aesthetic sensibility. Temple edifices at Sarmizegetusa Regia and other prominent spiritual hubs were meticulously engineered to incorporate exact astronomical orientations. This design choice not only forged a profound link between ritualistic practices and cosmic phenomena, but also conspicuously displayed the Dacians' advanced grasp of celestial mechanics. These hallowed constructions were characterized by intricate stonemasonry, sophisticated wooden framework assemblies, and elaborate ornamental features, culminating in awe-inspiring architectural ensembles perfectly suited for grand religious and state ceremonies. Among the distinguished engineering triumphs achieved during Dacian's leadership were highly advanced water management networks. These systems guaranteed dependable water provisions for significant urban centers and simultaneously bolstered agricultural expansion in regions previously considered unproductive. Dacian engineers devised ingenious methods for fabricating subterranean aqueducts, extensive storage reservoirs, and intricate distribution channels, all capable of conveying water across considerable topographical variations and vast distances. These ambitious hydraulic engineering ventures necessitated meticulous surveying, cutting-edge construction methodologies, and sustained upkeep, unequivocally showcasing the Confederation's impressive capacity for executing monumental infrastructure projects. The extensive road-building initiatives undertaken during the Dacian era forged enhanced communication and transit arteries, effectively linking the principal hubs of the Confederation. Concurrently, these networks conferred significant military benefits, enabling swift troop deployments and facilitating intricate strategic coordination. Dacian road construction specialists ingeniously modified established Roman engineering principles to suit the variegated local topography, thereby fashioning transportation systems that operated with remarkable efficiency, even within challenging mountainous terrains, all while demanding negligible upkeep. These vital thoroughfares not only streamlined military maneuvers, but also invigorated commercial enterprises, collectively bolstering the Confederation's cohesion and economic prosperity. The disintegration that commenced subsequent to Dacian's demise, occurring approximately in 27 BC, stemmed directly from inherent systemic vulnerabilities within the Confederation's structure. These weaknesses had been artfully concealed by his extraordinary leadership prowess and formidable spiritual dominion. In stark contrast to Burebista, whose compelling military aura had established straightforward expectations for succession, Dacian's unique model of theocratic leadership regrettably fostered imprecise protocols for his replacement. This ambiguity permitted numerous aspirants to advance ostensibly valid claims to power. Ultimately, the very integration of religious and political authority that had been the cornerstone of Dacian's robust administration transformed into a profound wellspring of instability, when no singular successor emerged who could command comparable credentials in both sacred and secular realms. The passing of Dacian marked a pivotal moment, as regional leaders, who had previously acquiesced to centralized authority under his sacred mandate, began to reassert their ancestral tribal autonomy. This resurgence of independence was fueled by an unsettling period of succession uncertainty and a proliferation of rival assertions of power. The Confederation's geographical expanse had, over time, grown to a degree that surpassed the capability of any single leader to maintain immediate individual oversight, thereby fostering avenues for ambitious local potentates to carve out distinct spheres of dominion. While these inherent disintegrative pressures had been effectively restrained through Dacian's unique spiritual authority and his astute administrative innovations, his demise regrettably dissolved the personal bonds that had so skillfully held diverse populations together under a singular, unified leadership. The subsequent proliferation of distinct Dacian monarchies, emerging from the dissolution of the unified state, fundamentally reshaped the intricate geopolitical tableau that would dictate the strategic realities of Southeastern European politics for the ensuing 100 years. Former Confederation territories became partitioned according to topographical features and ethnic affiliations, with numerous leaders founding autonomous realms. These new entities steadfastly preserved their distinctive Dacian cultural identity, encompassing their language, customs, and religious practices, even as they engaged in distinct governmental and martial endeavors. While these inheritor states commendably preserved a significant portion of the governance, juridical, and spiritual advancements pioneered under the reigns of Burebista and Dacian, They were crucially bereft of the synchronized might that had previously elevated the unified confederation to a formidable local hegemon, capable of exerting sway over Roman diplomatic calculations and broader Mediterranean developments. The governmental disunion that followed Dennius's death profoundly transformed the strategic context, destined to mold the future of Roman-Dacian interactions for the next century. Augustus, having triumphantly prevailed in the devastating civil strife that had shattered the fabric of the Roman Republic, acceded to an intricate predicament along the Danube frontier. Here, a plurality of Dacian states now held domains that had formerly coalesced beneath Burebista's alliance. The new emperor was tasked with the imperative of forging enduring diplomatic ties with these splintered Dacian political entities, all while diligently safeguarding Roman prerogatives in a region becoming ever more crucial for imperial safety, particularly concerning its trade routes and natural defensive barriers, and its fiscal vitality. The initial period of Augustus's imperium observed a circumspect strategy concerning Dacian affairs, a policy that underscored both the inherent constraints on Roman martial capabilities and the precarious governmental landscape beyond the Danube. Roman forces were still firmly establishing secure governance in recently subdued regions like Pannonia and Moesia, a process that inherently created logistical impediments and operational restrictions, thereby precluding major military offensives against the nascent Dacian kingdoms. Concurrently, the disjointed character of Dacian governance rendered it arduous for Roman envoys to pinpoint trustworthy interlocutors who could genuinely represent substantial geographical areas or unequivocally vouch for fulfillment of contractual duties across various ethnic communities. Commencing Roman foreign policy initiatives during this era centered upon forging vassalage agreements with individual Dacian monarchies. This was achieved through a strategic amalgam of coercive force, financial inducements, such as access to Roman markets or direct subsidies, and formal acknowledgement of Dacian rulers, all designed to form protective barriers along the Danubian border. Roman governors stationed in Moesia and Pannonia frequently dispatched ambassadorial delegations to Dacian courts, proffering Roman guardianship from competing monarchies in return for financial contributions, martial aid commitments, and acquiescence to Roman supervision over specific land disagreements. These preliminary accords, however, generally entailed restricted obligations from both sides, as neither the Romans nor the Dacians had adequate comprehension of their respective strengths and objectives to venture into more extensive arrangements. The Dacian kingdoms that arose from the dissolution of the Confederation adopted diverse approaches concerning Roman imperial reach. Some leaders endeavored conciliation, while others upheld belligerent sovereignty, a stance that intermittently led to frontier clashes. Realms situated nearer to Roman imperial borders typically embraced more collaborative stances, understanding that closeness to Roman garrisons rendered defiance potentially ruinous, threatening total destruction or the complete loss of their sovereignty. In contrast, remoter realms, especially those governing the highland territories of Transylvania, preserved ancestral sovereignty. They diligently observed Roman movements and prepared defensive measures, such as fortifying strategic mountain passes against prospective imperial encroachment. Border skirmishes throughout the Augustan epoch usually comprised comparatively minor incursions and retaliatory strikes, which evinced both unprovoked assaults for gain and methodical evaluations of adversary strengths and reactions. Dacian warbands periodically traversed the Danube to raid Roman settlements in Moesia, seeking livestock, slaves, and portable wealth, while judiciously bypassing direct confrontation with regular Roman military units. These incursions fulfilled diverse objectives transcending mere pillage. They furnished valuable reconnaissance regarding Roman fortifications and deployments, crucial for future strategic planning, and systematically evaluated the swiftness and effectiveness of Roman reactions. Furthermore, they perpetuated martial customs within Dacian communities, upholding a heroic ethos among Dacian peoples who had become habituated to consistent martial engagement throughout the Confederation era. Roman military responses to Dacian raids consistently adhered to customary border control protocols that stressed swift punitive action, such as dispatching legions to exact retribution, alongside conciliatory negotiations, all aimed at averting a descent into broader hostilities. Roman commanders customarily dispatched retaliatory incursions that traversed the Danube to assault Dacian communities implicated in depredations. These expeditions focused on seizing captives and cattle, while judiciously eschewing direct confrontation with substantial Dacian martial units, which might otherwise convert restricted retaliatory strikes into widespread combat. Such Roman punitive sorties effectively showcased the empire's martial prowess, simultaneously furnishing prospects for intelligence acquisition concerning Dacian governmental alliances, the structure of their martial organizations, and their patterns of land dominion, crucial for understanding their defensive networks and identifying key leaders. The formation of patron-client alliances between Rome and various Dacian kingdoms necessitated meticulous deliberation of conditions. These terms aimed to harmonize Roman strategic imperatives, such as securing stable borders, with Dacian sovereign aspirations and domestic governmental intricacies, including potential succession struggles. Roman patron-client pacts customarily included official acknowledgement of Dacian monarchical power in return for financial contributions, martial aid commitments, and acquiescence to Roman arbitration in land conflicts with adjacent monarchies. These agreements furnished Rome with protective territories against remote dangers, simultaneously granting amenable Dacian potentates recourse to Roman martial backing against competitors who might dispute their governance or land entitlements. The administration of patron-client ties posed persistent difficulties for both Roman imperial officials and Dacian monarchs. Both parties were compelled to reconcile conflicting requirements and anticipations, while concurrently preserving internal governmental backing. Roman governors, for instance, anticipated dependable financial contributions, expeditious martial aid upon summons, and steadfast collaboration with Roman imperial aims that could diverge significantly from customary Dacian prerogatives or indigenous societal norms, such as religious rites or social structures. Dacian vassal monarchs, conversely, encountered internal resistance from conservative elements who perceived collaboration with Rome as an abandonment of their heritage, yet simultaneously required Roman backing to uphold their power against competing contenders, perhaps a rival chieftain seeking the throne or adversarial adjacent monarchies. The Imperium of Tiberius observed mounting friction along the Danubian borderland as Dacian monarchies commenced their resurgence after the governmental upheaval that had succeeded the Confederation's disintegration. Several Dacian rulers launched land unification endeavors designed to re-establish more expansive governmental entities that could more effectively withstand Roman coercion and pursue autonomous diplomatic strategies. These consolidation efforts, driven by desires for greater power and resources, unavoidably engendered clashes among competing Dacian monarchies, creating opportunities for Roman involvement while simultaneously producing more substantial and formidable Dacian governmental bodies that, once unified, posed more significant prospective dangers to Roman prerogatives. Durastanus rose to prominence during this era as a highly accomplished Dacian chieftain within the domain unification endeavor. He successfully asserted dominion over substantial areas of Transylvania through a strategic amalgam of martial subjugation, political compacts, and marital unions, which effectively reconstructed systems of mutual assistance between erstwhile sovereign states. Excavated findings from principal Dacian locations throughout this epoch, such as renewed pottery production and extensive building projects, point to a resurgence in building endeavors and martial readiness, strongly implying synchronized strategizing among confederated monarchies. Enhancements to defensive structures at strongholds such as Costesti, Cetatui, and Piatra Rosi integrated novel protective elements that evinced a synthesis of indigenous Dacian construction methods, like the robust Murus Dacianus with its timber and stone core, and advancements derived from studying Roman martial designs, evident in the adoption of square towers or specific wall designs. The martial structure that Durastia Paneus instituted amalgamated ancestral Dacian warrior culture with methodical instruction and uniform armament, forging more potent combat units. These forces were now competent in prolonged engagements against seasoned Roman legions, capable of conducting extended campaigns. Dacian martial transformations throughout this epoch stressed enhanced defensive plating, uniform armament manufacturing, and synchronized battlefield arrangements. These reforms were strategically designed to capitalize on inherent Dacian strengths in rugged topography, such as their intimate knowledge of mountain passes for ambushes, while simultaneously delivering enhanced proficiency in conventional battlefields. The falx continued to be the emblematic implement of Dacian elite foot soldiers, renowned for its devastating cutting power. But martial contingents now comprised dedicated detachments outfitted with lances, bucklers, and defensive accoutrements, enabling them to confront Roman legions, employing standard methodologies, and engage in sustained, formation-based fighting. Roman intelligence endeavors concerning Dacian military advancements primarily leveraged information furnished by client rulers, astute merchants, and formal diplomatic missions. These diverse sources consistently dispatched reports detailing political metamorphoses, martial preparations, and boundary disputes across the entirety of Dacian territories. Such meticulously cultivated intelligence networks empowered Roman strategists to meticulously track nascent dangers, simultaneously pinpointing avenues for diplomatic intervention that could effectively preempt the formation of hostile coalitions or prevent them from achieving significant military heft. Beyond these indirect channels, Roman intelligence operations also encompassed clandestine exploratory expeditions that infiltrated beyond the Danubian frontier. Their objectives included scrutinizing Dacian defensive structures, gauging their martial prowess, and forging connections with potential allies or informants within Dacian lands. The progressive consolidation of Dacian territories under influential leaders like Durastia Paneus, however, spawned increasingly intricate diplomatic scenarios. These demanded that Roman policymakers meticulously balance competing strategic objectives, such as securing frontiers against expansionist ambitions, while judiciously managing their limited military resources and navigating various internal political constraints. The strategy of bolstering less potent Dacian polities against their more powerful neighbors, while potentially preventing a perilous amalgamation of power, simultaneously carried the risk of incurring perpetual commitments for military intervention. Such obligations could readily surpass imperial capacities or exhaust the domestic appetite for such engagements. Conversely, an acceptance of Dacian unification might alleviate bureaucratic complexities, yet it simultaneously created more formidable potential enemies, capable of imperiling Roman territorial integrity and vital economic interests. Commercial intercourse between Rome and the Dacian kingdoms unfolded along diverse avenues, encompassing both sanctioned commercial accords and clandestine mercantile circuits that transcended territorial boundaries despite prevailing political tensions. Dacian gold and silver persistently permeated Roman emporiums through numerous go-betweens, while Roman manufactured goods, fine wines, and luxurious commodities garnered eager patronage among Dacian elites, who sought to conspicuously demonstrate their wealth and cultural sophistication through such acquisitions. These intertwined commercial relationships fostered mutual dependencies, offering strong inducements for harmonious interaction. Paradoxically, they also facilitated the amassing of fiscal wherewithal that could support martial preparations on both sides. The mastery over Danube river crossings progressively emerged as a disputed matter, as both Roman and Dacian territories expanded their economic and military activities within the region. These pivotal transit locations served as vital conduits for trade, military operations, and diplomatic communications, rendering their control paramount for both protective and aggressive tactical foresight. Roman military engineers meticulously constructed reinforced bridge fortifications at pivotal transit locations, while Dacian forces established reciprocal protective emplacements, designed to challenge Roman efforts to traverse the river during prospective future conflicts. Furthermore, tribute payment obligations created perpetual friction points between Roman administrators and Dacian client rulers. These rulers contended with considerable internal dissent from Dacian populations, many of whom viewed such payments as demeaning capitulations to foreign authority. Consequently, the specific amounts and forms of tribute necessitated meticulous deliberation, balancing Roman revenue needs with Dacian payment capabilities and prevailing political acceptability. Roman demands for tribute in gold and silver, in particular, created specific quandaries for Dacian kingdoms, as these precious metals were indispensable for their own monetary systems and international trade relationships. The reign of Claudius heralded a momentous alteration in Roman foreign policy, as imperatorial territorial ambitions increasingly focused on entrenching dominion over territories closer to the Danube frontier, concurrently developing methodical strategies for governing interactions with non-Roman peoples. Claudius's conquest of Britain strikingly exemplified Roman prowess for large-scale military operations, yet it also monopolized substantial martial assets, thereby circumscribing avenues for simultaneous expansion in Southeastern Europe. This focused imperial allocation of resources consequently presented propitious circumstances for Dacian kingdoms to fortify their standing, free from immediate Roman military pressure. Dacian martial readiness during the Claudian period reflected a burgeoning self-assurance that Roman expansion could be effectively thwarted through judicious protective strategizing and harmonized opposition endeavors. Archaeological evidence indeed indicates a considerable capital outlay in fortification construction and improvement across Dacian territories, with specialized focus on sites that controlled mountain passes and river crossings, which were deemed essential for any prospective Roman invasion attempts. These protective measures integrated insights gleaned from scrutinizing Roman methods of circumvallation, while simultaneously preserving inherent Dacian strengths in rugged upland topography that naturally lent itself to protective maneuvers. Moreover, the cultivation of Dacian interstate accords with other non-Roman peoples forged prospective confederative systems. These alliances could render Roman tactical foresight more intricate, while concurrently providing Dacian kingdoms with additional military and economic resources to bolster their position. Dacian rulers actively forged connections with Teutonic confederations along the northern Danube, Sarmatian ethnicities in the eastern plains, and various Thracian communities that had preserved autonomy from Roman control. These diplomatic overtures aimed to establish synchronized opposition alliances that could hinder Roman legions from massing disproportionate martial dominance against individual targets. Roman responses to Dacian diplomatic activities encompassed both overt martial coercion and retaliatory diplomatic maneuvers, specifically designed to prevent hostile coalitions from forming or becoming militarily effective. Roman commanders periodically conducted intermittent martial displays along the Danube frontier. These served to impress upon prospective adversaries the formidable might of the empire's legions, concurrently affording chances to evaluate non-Roman martial readiness and confederative ties. Simultaneously, Roman diplomats diligently worked to sustain vassal allegiances and foster discord among potential enemies through the judicious deployment of rewards, threats, and official acknowledgement of legitimacy. The reign of Nero observed a surge in Dacian self-assurance and geographical aggrandizement, which brought Dacian forces into more regular encounters with Roman border fortifications. Dacian military operations during this period included both customary predatory incursions and more methodical campaigns of land acquisition. These actions actively undermined Roman vassal networks and imperiled the empire's territorial integrity. Such Dacian martial successes reflected both enhanced martial structuring and imperial preoccupation with other priorities, which consequently reduced the available resources for Danube frontier security. Domitian's ascension to the emperorship in 81 AD heralded the onset of a decidedly more assertive Roman posture towards Dacian affairs, a path that would inevitably culminate in open martial conflict. The new emperor contended with considerable internal political exigencies, making victorious campaigns imperative for upholding imperial legitimacy. Meanwhile, Dacian territorial expansion under progressively capable command jeopardized vital Roman geopolitical concerns that could neither be disregarded nor solely addressed via diplomatic channels any longer. The conditions were now fully arrayed for the unmitigated martial conflict that both sides had been preparing for throughout the previous decades of prudent interstate negotiations and circumscribed frontier skirmishes. The geopolitical significance of Dacia to Roman imperial interests had become progressively manifest as the province's rich gold mines furnished indispensable fiscal resources for imperial finances, while its geographical position offered pivotal benefits for dominating the entirety of the Danubian border zone. Roman military planners recognized that the amalgamation of Dacian lands under effective leadership presented fundamental perils to Roman control over Southeastern Europe, necessitating resolute martial actions irrespective of the attendant expenditures and hazards. The riches amassed from Dacian gold mines had facilitated the erection of advanced defensive structures and the upkeep of seasoned martial contingents, which rendered Dacian kingdoms redoubtable adversaries. They were capable of meting out substantial losses upon Roman armies, while potentially galvanizing other non-Roman peoples to contest imperial dominion. The imperatorial gravitas factor in Roman imperial politics made a triumphant conclusion to the Dacian challenge critical for any monarch seeking to secure internal civic backing and legionary fidelity. Previous emperors had eschewed unmitigated conflict with amalgamated Dacian armies, but this circumspection had been construed by some imperial political commentators as a perceived vulnerability that eroded Roman authority and fostered non-Roman belligerence throughout the frontier regions. Domitian's political position, therefore, necessitated martial triumphs that would evince the empire's might, simultaneously providing opportunities for geographical augmentation and fiscal accrual that could underwrite internal civic initiatives and legionary outlays. The expansionist designs influencing Domitian's increasingly assertive stance towards Dacia were destined to clash with a truly formidable adversary in the figure of Decebalus. He ascended to prominence as the paramount Dacian leader around 87 AD, consolidating his authority through a rare confluence of exceptional military prowess, astute political judgment, and profound religious influence, a combination that arguably eclipsed even the legendary accomplishments attributed to Burebista. In stark contrast to his predecessors, who typically forged their power base predominantly through military conquest or spiritual dominion, Decebalus exhibited an unparalleled aptitude for integrating military, diplomatic, and administrative capabilities. This remarkable synthesis effectively transformed the disparate and often fractured Dacian kingdoms into a cohesive, unified state, formidable enough to challenge the relentless tide of Roman imperial expansion on virtually equal terms. His rise to power coincided with a critical juncture in Dacian resistance against Roman encroachment, a period where individual kingdoms had repeatedly proven inadequate in countering Roman military might and conspicuously lacked the essential coordination for effective collective defense. The very appellation Decebalus, which translates to strong as 10 men, served as a powerful emblem reflecting not only his personal martial renown, but also symbolically representing the consolidated strength of Dacia, a strength now capable of matching Roman organizational advantages through superior leadership and meticulous strategic planning. Archaeological findings from significant Dacian settlements during this era provide compelling evidence of immediate and systematically organized military preparations, strongly suggesting that Decebalus possessed a remarkably clear and prescient strategic vision regarding the impending and seemingly inevitable confrontation with Roman legions. The methodical consolidation of Dacian territories under Decebalus's overarching authority was achieved through meticulously orchestrated campaigns. These initiatives skillfully blended military pressure with shrewd diplomatic negotiation and careful religious legitimization, an approach designed to effectively minimize internal dissent while simultaneously maximizing collective national strength. Unlike prior unification endeavors, which had often relied almost exclusively on sheer conquest or spiritual decree, Decebalus demonstrated a sophisticated comprehension of the diverse motivations and concerns that animated the various Dacian communities. He adeptly crafted individualized approaches, meticulously tailored to address specific local interests, all while steadfastly advancing the overarching strategic objectives of the newly unified state. The ancient Orashtia Mountains region served as the strategic bedrock for Decebalus's territorial consolidation, furnishing both the vital symbolic legitimacy historically associated with traditional Dacian political centers and the tangible practical advantages of naturally defensible terrain, abundant mineral wealth, and pre-existing, robust fortification networks. Decebalus dedicated substantial resources to the ambitious expansion and enhancement of the intricate fortification systems at Sarmizegetusa Regia. This transformation elevated the site into a sophisticated military and administrative complex, perfectly capable of coordinating widespread resistance activities across the entire Dacian territory, while simultaneously functioning as an almost impregnable refuge during potential Roman siege operations. The sweeping military reforms instituted by Decebalus directly addressed fundamental weaknesses inherent in traditional Dacian military organization. Yet he judiciously preserved crucial cultural elements that provided significant psychological advantages and consistently bolstered warrior morale. While the time-honored emphasis on individual combat prowess remained a central tenet of Dacian military culture, Decebalus innovatively introduced systematic training programs. These regimens meticulously taught coordinated formation fighting, advanced siege warfare techniques, and specialized tactical procedures specifically engineered to neutralize particular Roman military advantages. These profound reforms necessitated substantial financial and material investment in cutting-edge training facilities, robust equipment production, and the recruitment of highly skilled professional military instructors. These experts were tasked with transforming traditional, often individualistic warriors into disciplined, cohesive soldiers capable of executing sustained campaign operations. Concurrently, the formidable phalanx underwent significant further development under Decebalus's military reforms. Dacian smiths, renowned for their craftsmanship, perfected advanced metallurgical techniques, resulting in blades of superior quality, while specialized training methods were concurrently devised to maximize the weapon's devastating effectiveness in coordinated formation combat. Archaeological discoveries of falx blades dating from this pivotal period unveil sophisticated heat treatment and intricate edge-hardening techniques. These advanced processes yielded weapons exceptionally capable of penetrating formidable Roman armor, all while remarkably maintaining their structural integrity throughout prolonged and intense combat engagements. The psychological impact of the phalanx on Roman soldiers became an increasingly significant factor in overall Dacian military effectiveness, as numerous Roman historical accounts vividly describe the profound terror induced by Dacian charges, spearheaded by warriors wielding these distinctively curved and fearsome blades. The comprehensive administrative reorganization under Decebalus successfully established systematic governance structures. These innovative frameworks were designed to efficiently manage the intricate logistical requirements inherent in prolonged military resistance, concurrently ensuring the sustained productivity of the civilian economy and maintaining crucial social stability. This sophisticated administrative system skillfully incorporated valuable elements from previous Dacian political traditions, while also introducing groundbreaking innovations that clearly reflected Decebalus's astute understanding of Roman organizational methodologies and the unique challenges posed by coordinating resistance across widely diverse territorial regions and disparate tribal groups. At its zenith, the territorial extent of Decebalus's formidable kingdom encompassed virtually all regions that had previously been included within Burebista's original confederation, with the significant addition of further territories acquired through both decisive military conquest and astute diplomatic alliance formation. Archaeological evidence robustly indicates that Dacian influence under Decebalus extended geographically from the Tisa River in the far west to the Dniester River in the east, and from the majestic Carpathian Mountains in the north down to the mighty Danube River in the south. Such a vast territorial scope imperatively demanded the establishment of sophisticated communication networks, intricate administrative hierarchies, and a highly organized military structure. These systems were essential for maintaining unity and effective coordination across immense distances, posing significant challenges to the transportation and communication capabilities available in ancient times. Throughout Dacian territories under Decebalus, fortification improvements were meticulously implemented, incorporating both traditional Morus Dacicis construction techniques and ingenious innovations that clearly reflected a careful study of Roman siege warfare methods and advanced defensive architecture. These enhanced fortification systems were engineered with multiple defensive lines, strategically concealed positions for artillery equipment, extensive underground storage facilities, and integrated water management systems. Such comprehensive designs ensured their capability to sustain prolonged sieges while simultaneously providing secure bases for launching offensive operations against Roman positions. The realization of these formidable defensive improvements necessitated coordinated labor forces, specialized engineering skills, and substantial material resources, all of which powerfully demonstrated the kingdom's impressive organizational capabilities and its underlying economic strength. The development of Dacian siege warfare capabilities represented one of Decebalus's most profound military innovations, particularly given that traditional Dacian military culture had historically emphasized mobile warfare and defensive operations, rather than the systematic reduction of fortified positions. Dacian engineers, through a blend of indigenous engineering traditions and techniques meticulously learned through astute observation of Roman military operations, developed formidable catapults, robust battering rams, and towering siege towers. These newfound siege capabilities empowered Dacian forces to actively attack Roman fortifications and settlements, rather than confining themselves to purely defensive operations. This strategic shift significantly expanded their strategic options, compelling Roman commanders to defend extended perimeters rather than concentrating their forces for decisive offensive operations. Extensive intelligence networks established by Decebalus provided systematic information-gathering capabilities that were instrumental in enabling Dacian military planners to meticulously monitor Roman military preparations, accurately assess enemy capabilities, and precisely identify strategic opportunities for offensive operations. These intelligence operations encompassed both formal diplomatic missions, which deftly gathered information through official channels, and highly effective covert reconnaissance activities that furnished detailed military intelligence regarding Roman troop dispositions, intricate supply arrangements, and overarching strategic planning. The undeniable effectiveness of Dacian intelligence gathering became strikingly apparent in subsequent military operations, where Dacian forces consistently demonstrated a profound and detailed knowledge of Roman military preparations and strategic intentions. Decebalus embarked upon extensive diplomatic initiatives, strategically aimed at forging anti-Roman coalitions capable of providing vital military assistance, crucial economic support, and coordinated strategic planning. These alliances were intended to prevent Roman forces from concentrating overwhelming superiority against Dacian territories. These far-reaching diplomatic efforts extended throughout Southeastern Europe and beyond, meticulously establishing contacts with Germanic tribes, various Sarmatian peoples, numerous Thracian groups, and even distant powers such as the formidable Parthian Empire, all of whom shared a common interest in limiting Roman expansion. The expansive scope and sophisticated nature of these diplomatic activities powerfully reflected Decebalus's profound understanding that successful and sustained resistance against a power like Rome imperatively required international cooperation and meticulously coordinated strategic planning. The relationship between Decebalus and the various Germanic tribal leaders involved intricate and often complex negotiations concerning military assistance, territorial arrangements, and the delicate parameters of post-conflict political relationships. These discussions demanded a careful and judicious balance between immediate military necessities and broader long-term strategic objectives. While Germanic tribes possessed significant military capabilities that could substantially enhance Dacian resistance efforts, their inherent territorial ambitions and distinct cultural differences frequently created potential conflicts, which required exceptional diplomatic skill to manage effectively. Archaeological evidence from this period strongly suggests increased contact between Dacian and Germanic territories, with noticeable material culture exchanges indicating the presence of regular diplomatic and commercial relationships. Through sagacious Sarmatian diplomatic engagements, King Decebalus assiduously cultivated avenues to acquire formidable cavalry forces and integrate their distinctive nomadic military techniques. These acquisitions were strategically vital, designed to powerfully augment the traditional strengths of Dacian infantry, thereby granting significant strategic mobility advantages when confronting the intricate maneuvers of Roman military campaigns. The presence of Sarmatian heavy cavalry, distinguished by their formidable long lances and robust protective armor, presented a military challenge that Roman legions had, throughout their history, found particularly problematic to effectively subdue. The thoughtful integration of these potent Sarmatian cavalry tactics with the disciplined formations of Dacian infantry forged sophisticated combined arms capabilities. This strategic fusion dramatically elevated Dacian military effectiveness, simultaneously bestowing unparalleled strategic flexibility for executing both aggressive offensive thrusts and resilient defensive operations across varied terrains. The comprehensive economic policies meticulously engineered by King Decebalus were primarily designed to optimize the kingdom's resource extraction and production capacities, concurrently ensuring the preservation of crucial social stability and securing popular endorsement for the arduous military resistance endeavors. The venerable gold and silver mines, which constituted the very bedrock of Dacian prosperity and formidable wealth, consequently benefited from substantial capital infusion. This investment targeted advanced extraction equipment, modern processing facilities, and expansive transportation networks, all purposed to sustain robust output even in the face of relentless Roman military pressure and the dire prospect of protracted siege conditions. Furthermore, these sagacious economic preparations encompassed the proactive establishment of alternative trade arteries and commercial pathways, meticulously planned to remain fully operational notwithstanding any concerted Roman attempts to impose crippling economic blockades or deliberately sever established traditional commercial relationships. King Decebalus's astute agricultural policies placed paramount importance on achieving comprehensive food security and generating substantial surplus production. This strategic foresight was intended to robustly provision military operations while simultaneously ensuring the sustenance of civilian populations throughout potential siege conditions or extensive territorial disruptions inevitably wrought by prolonged military campaigns. Consequently, Dacian agricultural communities were thoroughly educated in advanced food preservation techniques, the construction of durable, efficient storage facilities, and the vital practice of crop diversification. Such measures were designed to guarantee an unwavering provision of reliable food supplies, irrespective of specific military exigencies or shifting political landscapes. These meticulous agricultural preparations vividly underscored a sophisticated and prescient understanding of the intricate logistical requirements indispensable for sustained military resistance, as well as the critical importance of cultivating and maintaining unwavering civilian support throughout protracted conflicts. The considerable expansion of craft production throughout the Dacian era was strategically directed toward the intensive manufacturing of military equipment. Yet it meticulously preserved and fostered traditional artistic and cultural activities. These cultural pursuits were deemed essential for reinforcing the distinctive Dacian identity and bolstering social cohesion across the kingdom. Across the breadth of Dacian territories, weapons production facilities significantly augmented their production volume of formidable falx blades, the iconic curved Dacian sword, alongside spear points, arrowheads, and various forms of robust defensive equipment. Concurrently, they developed stringent quality control procedures, ensuring consistent and dependable performance standards for all implements. These substantial manufacturing improvements necessitated the expertise of highly skilled craftsmen, access to specialized tools, and a reliable procurement of raw material supplies, all of which powerfully evinced the kingdom's impressive industrial capabilities and its sophisticated economic organization. Under the astute guidance of King Decebalus, religious policies meticulously upheld traditional Zalmoxian worship, yet simultaneously ingeniously reoriented spiritual practices to vigorously support military resistance and forge political unity amidst the kingdom's diverse populations. Religious ceremonies, in particular, increasingly promulgated narratives of profound sacrifice for collective defense, invoked divine support for righteous resistance against perceived foreign oppression, and promised spiritual rewards for those who valorously perished defending Dacian independence. These crucial religious adaptations not only instilled a profound psychological readiness for warfare, but also meticulously preserved cultural traditions that served to distinctly differentiate Dacian identity from encroaching Roman cultural influences. The strategic integration of religious authority with military leadership under Decebalus established unified command structures, capable of seamlessly coordinating both the spiritual and temporal dimensions of resistance efforts, all while maintaining an unquestionable legitimacy among populations deeply rooted in traditional religious practices. Esteemed religious leaders throughout Dacian territories provided both essential spiritual guidance and invaluable practical support for military preparations, adeptly leveraging their considerable community influence to encourage robust recruitment, substantial resource contribution, and widespread civilian cooperation with military requirements. This comprehensive integration of religious and military authority thereby forged formidable resistance capabilities that effectively addressed both the material and profound psychological aspects inherent in prolonged conflict. The intricate social organization under King Decebalus diligently preserved traditional tribal structures, yet concurrently implemented judicious adaptations designed to significantly enhance both military effectiveness and administrative efficiency. Independent warrior bands, which historically operated as autonomous units, were strategically amalgamated into larger, more cohesive military formations. This allowed for the sophisticated coordination of tactical operations while meticulously safeguarding the personal loyalty relationships that were paramount for individual motivation and robust unit cohesion. These profound organizational changes necessitated a delicate equilibrium between achieving optimal military efficiency and upholding cultural authenticity, thereby preserving ancient warrior traditions even as new capabilities were forged, essential for confronting the highly professionalized Roman armies. The deliberate development of specialized military roles within Dacian society fostered the emergence of dedicated cadres of engineers, astute intelligence operatives, skilled diplomatic representatives, and meticulous logistical specialists. These individuals possessed expertise indispensable for executing sophisticated military operations. Such specialized roles, in turn, demanded rigorous training programs, clear career advancement opportunities, and prominent social recognition, which served to attract exceptionally talented individuals. Crucially, this institutionalized approach cultivated a body of knowledge that could endure beyond individual casualties, thereby sustaining operational effectiveness throughout extended conflicts. The emergence of such military professionalization within traditional Dacian society represented a truly significant cultural adaptation, one that powerfully enhanced collective capabilities while scrupulously preserving essential cultural characteristics. The remarkable cultural achievements witnessed during the Decebalus period epitomized a rich tapestry woven from both enduring traditional Dacian artistic traditions and groundbreaking innovations. These innovations thoughtfully incorporated influences gleaned from extensive contact with diverse civilizations, all while meticulously preserving a distinctive and potent Dacian identity. Metalwork techniques, in particular, attained unparalleled refinement, yielding exquisitely crafted decorative objects, profound religious artifacts, and magnificent ceremonial weapons. These pieces unequivocally manifested advanced technical skills and a sophisticated aesthetic sensibility. Such cultural productions served not only practical functions, but also profound symbolic purposes, powerfully reinforcing Dacian identity internally while projecting an image of cultural sophistication to external observers. Concurrently, architectural developments throughout this epoch seamlessly blended crucial defensive functionality with a majestic symbolic expression of Dacian power and cultural achievement. Construction projects at major strategic sites incorporated a monumental scale and embraced significant technical innovation, thereby exemplifying Dacian capabilities while simultaneously fulfilling vital practical military and administrative functions. The holistic integration of defensive, administrative, and ceremonial architecture culminated in the creation of truly impressive complexes, which eloquently demonstrated Dacian organizational abilities and profound cultural sophistication to both internal populations and external audiences alike. The ambitious military engineering projects initiated under King Decebalus encompassed a broad spectrum of initiatives, extending far beyond mere fortification construction. They included the strategic development of comprehensive transportation networks, the establishment of sophisticated communication systems, and the creation of robust logistical infrastructure, all meticulously designed to support seamlessly coordinated military operations across extensive and often challenging territorial regions. Extensive road construction efforts specifically linked major fortification sites, thereby facilitating swift transit capabilities for deploying military forces and ensuring the timely passage of crucial supply convoys. Ingenious signal tower networks were strategically positioned, guaranteeing instantaneous transmission of intelligence and commands across treacherous mountainous terrain, an essential capability that would otherwise have gravely impeded coordinated tactical operations. Furthermore, the systematic construction of numerous supply depots established vital strategic reserves of weapons, sustenance, and essential equipment, ensuring the capacity to sustain prolonged military operations throughout extended campaigns or under severe siege conditions. The meticulous preparation of defensive positions strategically distributed throughout Dacian territories necessitated meticulous topographical assessment and sophisticated strategic planning. This comprehensive approach aimed to capitalize maximally on inherent geographical strengths, while simultaneously establishing intricate, coordinated defensive networks, inherently capable of mutual support and offering considerable strategic flexibility. Crucial mountain passes, for instance, were rigorously fortified with formidable structures designed to channel advancing enemy forces into predetermined killing zones, concurrently providing secure and protected withdrawal routes for defending troops. Similarly, critical river crossings were pre-prepared for rapid demolition, a measure intended to decisively impede enemy advance while scrupulously preserving friendly force mobility via readily available alternative crossing points. These extensive defensive preparations unequivocally demonstrated highly sophisticated military engineering capabilities and a profound strategic foresight, reflecting an exhaustive and detailed study of potential Roman invasion routes and their myriad tactical options. The critical intelligence preparation of the battlefield undertaken by the Dacians encompassed comprehensive topographical surveys of Roman military installations, a thorough appraisal of adversary strengths and inherent limitations, and the precise identification of strategic vulnerabilities that could be effectively exploited through carefully planned offensive operations. Extensive Dacian reconnaissance activities furnished crucial data concerning Roman supply lines, their intricate communication networks, and the precise layout of their defensive positions. This invaluable intelligence, in turn, enabled meticulous strategic planning and precise tactical preparation for specific military engagements. This systematic intelligence gathering represented a level of military preparation that far transcended the scope of traditional tribal warfare methods, powerfully demonstrating a sophisticated and remarkably modern understanding of contemporary military requirements. The intricate coordination of military preparations, spanning diverse territorial regions and numerous tribal groups within Dacia, demanded robust administrative capacities and highly efficient communication systems. These systems were paramount for preserving a cohesive chain of command, while simultaneously scrupulously respecting local autonomy and acknowledging inherent cultural differences. King Decebalus, with remarkable foresight, instituted a carefully calibrated hierarchical command framework. This structure not only delineated clear authority relationships, but also ingeniously maintained vital flexibility for local adaptation and the encouragement of regional initiative. These profound organizational innovations ultimately forged military capabilities that masterfully combined the undeniable advantages of centralized strategic coordination with the practical benefits of decentralized tactical execution, thereby enabling swift and effective adaptation to rapidly changing tactical situations and varied local conditions. The meticulous military preparations that Decebalus had meticulously organized across the vast expanse of his domain would face their supreme challenge when Marcus Ulpius Traianus assumed the august mantle of imperial authority in 98 AD. In stark contrast to the preceding emperors, who had approached the Dacian question with a spectrum of circumspection and intricate diplomatic negotiations. Trajan brought to power an unwavering commitment to imperial aggrandizement and territorial enlargement. He identified Dacia as both an indispensable geopolitical imperative and a singular chance to achieve unparalleled martial renown, thereby solidifying his legacy among Rome's greatest emperors. The new emperor possessed a profound and extensive martial background, from arduous military engagements across the rugged landscapes of Germania and the Iberian Peninsula, providing him with invaluable first-hand understanding of the exigencies of border conflicts and the formidable logistical complexities inherent in subduing fiercely protected indigenous lands. Trajan's thorough geopolitical evaluation of the Dacian situation recognized that Decebalus had created a cohesive and formidable realm whose impressive martial prowess, significant geographical dominion, and substantial financial wherewithal presented existential perils to Rome's paramount suzerainty across the expansive Danubian limes. Dispatches and reconnaissance findings conveyed to the imperial capital described intricate Dacian defensive structures, a highly trained and disciplined military apparatus, and an expansive web of intertribal pacts that harbored the potential to incite other indigenous populations to openly defy Roman dominion across the breadth of the southeastern European continent. The emperor understood that permitting Decebalus to solidify his recent achievements and augment Dacian military and economic capacities would engender progressively graver menaces to the very fabric of imperial stability that might eventually necessitate the deployment of considerably greater martial assets to counteract with any measure of efficacy. The immense opulence derived from the prolific Dacian auriferous deposits had become a pivotal element dictating the trajectory of Roman geopolitical planning, as the coffers of the imperium contended with escalating fiscal strains from the prodigious outlays for legions, ambitious public works, and extensive welfare provisions that demanded unwavering streams of income. The sagacious Roman financial experts projected that a triumphant subjugation of Dacia possessed the potential to furnish ample stores of invaluable metallic wealth to underwrite monumental imperial undertakings, simultaneously obviating the substantial expenditures tied to garrisoning precarious border regions. The alluring possibility of seizing unblemished mining infrastructure, as opposed to their ruination through protracted hostilities, galvanized a compelling impetus for resolute martial engagement that could secure swift territorial acquisition prior to any opportunity for Dacian forces to enact a devastating policy of systematic destruction. Trajan's extensive martial preparations for the impending Dacian expedition involved a logistical undertaking of unparalleled magnitude and a prodigious mobilization of imperial assets. These efforts underscored both the immense scope of the proposed military endeavor and the critical insights gleaned from Rome's prior engagements within arduous geographical environments. The emperor mustered an imposing army numbering roughly 150,000 combatants, recruited from the various legions garrisoned across the vast reaches of the imperium, comprising seasoned cohorts possessing profound expertise in the intricacies of siegecraft, the rigors of alpine maneuvers, and complex engineering constructions. Specifically, the venerable 2nd Adiutrix, 4th Flavia Felix, 7th Claudia, and 1st Minervia legions constituted the formidable nucleus of this formidable invasion contingent, further augmented by a multitude of auxiliary formations which furnished indispensable specialized proficiencies in mounted combat, precision marksmanship, and advanced siege architecture. The meticulous engineering preparations for the ambitious military undertaking encompassed the advanced manufacturing of siege apparatus, components for spanning waterways, and purpose-built implements specifically tailored for deployment within the challenging mountainous topography. Environments where the customary strengths of Roman engineering might predictably encounter diminished efficacy. The astute Roman military architects meticulously analyzed comprehensive reconnaissance data concerning the elaborate Dacian defensive structures, consequently formulating bespoke methodologies and innovative apparatus engineered to surmount the unique Dacian building practices, which had theretofore demonstrated considerable resilience against standard methods of circumvallation and assault. The concurrent development and deployment of bespoke artillery ordnance, encompassing enhanced ballistae and refined catapult prototypes, eloquently underscored Rome's unyielding resolve to establish a decisive technological supremacy, a strategic imperative intended to offset any intrinsic Dacian benefits derived from their formidable defensive geography. The momentous First Dacian War was officially inaugurated in the year 101 AD, marked by the coordinated ingress of Roman legions across the majestic Danube River at a multitude of disparate locations concurrently, thereby executing a meticulously conceived strategic blueprint explicitly crafted to thwart any attempts by Dacian armies to consolidate their full martial might against a singular axis of advance. Emperor Trajan himself assumed direct command over the principal invasion contingent, which effected its crossing in the vicinity of what is now known as Drobeta Turnu Severin. Concomitantly, subordinate Roman columns secured vital bridgeheads at other judiciously selected geographical points, thereby ensuring reciprocal reinforcement and simultaneously menacing a plurality of Dacian strongholds. Such a complex, multi-pronged invasion methodology compelled King Decebalus to disaggregate his military assets across numerous imperiled sectors, thus effectively precluding his capacity to deploy cohesive, massed defensive tactics, which might otherwise have demonstrated greater efficacy against a solitary, overwhelming Roman offensive. The preeminent Roman engineering prowess immediately manifested its decisive advantage via the remarkably swift erection of temporary pontoon bridges, which facilitated the unimpeded transit of formidable siege engines and extensive logistical convoys across the broad expanse of the Danube. Notwithstanding strenuous Dacian endeavors to impede these crucial riverine passages, the ingenious Roman engineers had meticulously prepared modular bridge sections in advance, components capable of rapid deployment and assembly even amidst the crucible of active hostilities, thereby conferring upon the Roman legions a distinct tactical agility that the Dacian armies found exceedingly challenging to effectively neutralize. The extraordinary celerity with which these Roman bridges were constructed forestalled any opportunity for Dacian defenders to orchestrate concerted assaults against exposed Roman elements during the precarious riverine transit, consequently securing firm Roman enclaves on the northern bank, well in advance of any coherent or efficacious Dacian countermeasures being brought to bear. The nascent stages of the Roman incursion were met with tenacious and unyielding opposition emanating from Dacian armies, which, through their spirited defense, unequivocally underscored the efficacy of their recent martial innovations and extensive preparatory measures. The formidable Dacian combatants, wielding their distinctive falx blades, exhibited a chilling proficiency in meting out grievous losses upon the serried ranks of Roman infantry, especially pronounced during the brutal intimacy of hand-to-hand skirmishes, where the unique curvature of their weapons proved adept at penetrating vulnerabilities within Roman armor and breaching the integrity of shield walls. The astute Roman military leadership rapidly cultivated a profound deference for the formidable Dacian martial prowess, promptly instituting strategic adjustments that prioritized the deployment of ranged weaponry, synchronized assaults by disciplined formations, and innovative engineering stratagems, all designed to curtail direct engagements between infantry, where the devastating impact of Dacian armaments was most acutely felt. The arduous progression towards the principal Dacian bastions necessitated that Roman legions systematically surmount a multitude of formidable defensive emplacements, meticulously arrayed by King Decebalus along the intricate pathways leading to his formidable mountain citadels. Every single one of these entrenched positions demanded painstaking and methodical siegecraft, a process that inevitably devoured precious temporal assets, material provisions, and invaluable human capital, simultaneously affording the Dacian defenders opportunities to exact a toll in Roman lives and to retard the imperial advance towards its paramount strategic aims. In response, the ingenious Roman military engineers pioneered highly specialized methodologies for the systematic dismantling of Dacian defensive works, encompassing subterranean tunneling, sustained barrages from heavy ordnance, and precisely synchronized frontal assaults, all designed to nullify the inherent strengths conferred by the distinctive Dacian architectural principles of fortification. The monumental Second Battle of Tapai emerged as the pivotal confrontation of the inaugural military expedition when the legions of Rome, under the personal and resolute leadership of Emperor Trajan, confronted the principal Dacian host within a meticulously engineered defensive alignment that ingeniously amplified Dacian tactical strengths, while simultaneously diminishing the inherent Roman advantages in material and discipline structure. The topographical characteristics of the engagement zone comprised precipitous gradients, extensive arboreal concealment, and pre-constructed barriers, which cunningly funneled Roman formations into pre-designated zones of lethal engagement, allowing the formidable Dacian phalanx wielders to fully leverage the devastating potency of their armaments against the imperial ranks. The initial phase of the sanguinary contest unfolded amidst widespread skirmishes, as both opposing armies deftly executed maneuvers to secure positional superiority, whilst simultaneously endeavoring to ascertain the combat proficiencies and strategic designs of their adversaries. The meticulous Roman tactical dispositions at Tapai vividly evinced the crucial insights garnered from prior engagements with their formidable Dacian adversaries, prioritizing synchronized heavy artillery bombardment, rigorously disciplined maneuvering of combat formations, and the methodical leveraging of Roman supremacy in personal defensive plating and intricate organizational cohesion. The sagacious Roman commanders strategically deployed their formidable ballistae contingents to deliver sustained, suppressive volleys against the entrenched Dacian emplacements. Concurrently, the disciplined legionary cohorts progressed in perfectly synchronized echelons, demonstrating an unwavering capacity to preserve their structural coherence, notwithstanding the challenging topography and the ferocity of the enemy's opposition. This measured Roman tactical philosophy underscored the paramount importance of applying relentless, incremental pressure and the methodical dismantling of Dacian defensive strongholds, as opposed to venturing audacious, conclusive breakthrough maneuvers, which might inherently expose the imperial forces to perilous Dacian counterthrusts. The Dacian defensive stratagems employed at Tapai unequivocally evinced a profound comprehension of their intrinsic strengths and inherent constraints, simultaneously optimizing the benefits afforded by judicious topographical choices and meticulously constructed fortifications. King Decebalus shrewdly arrayed his troops to exploit to the fullest extent the natural cover offered by steep inclines and dense sylvan expanses, concurrently establishing a series of layered fallback positions, designed to maintain cohesive and organized opposition even in the event of an initial breach in their primary defensive perimeters. The astute Dacian commanders orchestrated synchronized assaults, integrating their formidable falx-wielding heavy infantry with complementary volleys of missile fire and dynamic cavalry maneuvers, all purposefully conceived to fracture the disciplined movements of Roman formations and to forge opportune moments for swift, impactful counterthrusts against any isolated or vulnerable Roman contingents. The chilling efficacy of the Dacian falx against Roman military accoutrements became starkly manifest during the ferocious hand-to-hand stages of the engagement, as their distinctive curved blades demonstrated an alarming aptitude for circumventing the protective arc of Roman scuta and inflicting grievous, dismembering wounds upon unprotected extremities and cervical regions. The legionaries discovered that their customary scutum shields offered diminished protection against the unique assaults of the falx in comparison to more conventional weaponry, owing to the falx's ingenious curved architecture, which allowed it to circumvent standard shield placements and launch attacks from unforeseen trajectories. Discerning Roman military strategists observed that injuries sustained from falx blades were, as a rule, considerably more debilitating than those inflicted by straight-edged armaments, thereby engendering profound psychological repercussions that subtly eroded Roman fighting morale and operational efficacy, even when the actual casualty figures were deemed within tolerable parameters. During the arduous engagement, Roman military strategists implemented ingenious tactical modifications, notably the introduction of specialized formations, specifically engineered, to neutralize the formidable Dacian falx. These formations primarily relied upon meticulously synchronized spear maneuvers and sustained projectile barrages, a dual strategy crafted to maintain Dacian combatants at a considerable remove, thereby rendering their uniquely curved, devastating weapons largely ineffectual. Commanders within the Roman ranks shrewdly deployed their auxiliary archers and slingers, whose relentless volleys of arrows and stones were intended to perpetually disorient and disrupt Dacian battle arrays. Concurrently, highly trained legionary spearmen meticulously constructed impenetrable defensive perimeters, effectively precluding the close-quarter skirmishes where the falx demonstrated its most lethal potential. Such sophisticated tactical ingenuity demanded not only precise synchronization, but also unwavering discipline in the crucible of battle, unequivocally showcasing the profound professionalism and remarkable versatility of the Roman military in arduous circumstances. The ultimate conclusion of the second pivotal clash at Tapai was not achieved through a singular, overwhelming assault or an instantaneous breakthrough maneuver. Instead, it materialized from the relentless and systematic application of Roman military might, which inexorably eroded Dacian resolve. Roman artillery contingents unleashed an incessant and punishing barrage upon entrenched Dacian strongholds, their projectiles raining down with devastating regularity. Simultaneously, disciplined infantry echelons pushed forward with an unwavering, methodical pace, systematically breaching intricate networks of pre-established obstacles and formidable defensive emplacements constructed by the Dacians. The cumulative effect of Roman technological superiority, exemplified by advanced siege engines and weaponry, coupled with their unparalleled logistical infrastructure that ensured a steady flow of supplies and reinforcements, and their impeccably disciplined tactical operations, ultimately surmounted the inherent advantages possessed by the Dacians. The indigenous defenders benefited from their intimate knowledge of the challenging local terrain, their fervent nationalistic motivation, and the renowned individual prowess of their warriors in combat. Nevertheless, this formidable Roman synthesis compelled the Dacian armies to relinquish their meticulously prepared defensive lines, retreating strategically to avert their utter annihilation. The subsequent Dacian withdrawal from the field of battle was itself a testament to remarkably sophisticated military foresight and masterful execution. A strategic retreat that successfully safeguarded substantial contingents of King Decebalus's fighting force for subsequent engagements. This shrewd maneuver simultaneously deprived the Roman legions of the comprehensive triumph that could have definitively extinguished Dacian defiance on the spot. Dacian military leaders ingeniously orchestrated a series of synchronized delaying tactics, skillfully impeding the Roman advance and allowing their primary units to disengage and fall back to pre-established secondary defensive strongholds. The consummate effectiveness of these Dacian disengagement protocols proved crucial, thwarting Roman aspirations for the absolute obliteration of their adversaries' military capacity, a destruction that would have rendered any further opposition utterly untenable. In the immediate wake of the engagement at Tapai, the Roman legions were compelled to persist in the painstaking, systematic dismantling of remaining Dacian defensive fortifications. This arduous task was compounded by the increasingly difficult challenge of managing ever-lengthening supply conduits and contending with an accumulating tally of casualties, starkly indicative of the ferocious tenacity of Dacian resistance. Roman engineering prowess emerged as an indispensable asset for sustaining their offensive impetus. Expert military engineers tirelessly erected vital infrastructure, including robust roads, strategic bridges, and extensive supply depots, all of which facilitated uninterrupted operations across the challenging topography, even in the face of persistent Dacian attempts to sabotage Roman logistical frameworks. The concurrent establishment of enduring Roman garrisons and facilities throughout the newly subjugated territories served as a tangible declaration of imperial resolve to permanently govern these captured regions, simultaneously furnishing crucial staging points for future military campaigns. Of all the monumental undertakings throughout the entire military endeavor, Trajan's magnificent bridge stood as the preeminent engineering marvel, serving as a profound testament to the unparalleled technical ingenuity of Rome. Its construction not only showcased advanced Roman capabilities, but also conferred profound strategic benefits that irrevocably transformed the geopolitical and military landscape along the formidable Danube frontier. The ambitious bridge construction initiative, meticulously overseen by the celebrated architect Apollodorus of Damascus, necessitated the fabrication of colossal stone piers, specifically designed to bear the immense weight of a robust wooden superstructure. This superstructure was engineered to accommodate the relentless flow of heavy military convoys, enduring all manner of inclement atmospheric conditions. The chosen locale for this engineering feat, situated proximate to what is now known as Drobeta Turnu Severin, offered not only ideal hydrological and geological conditions for construction, but also afforded unparalleled strategic entry into Dacian domains. thereby facilitating prolonged and extensive military operations. The intricate technical specifications governing Trajan's bridge evinced an extraordinarily advanced comprehension of hydraulic engineering principles, structural mechanics, and sophisticated construction methodologies, truly embodying the zenith of Roman architectural and engineering prowess. This colossal structure spanned an impressive approximate length of 1,135 meters, distinguished by its complement of 20 imposing stone piers that majestically ascended to elevations of up to 60 meters above the undulating river expanse. Every single pier necessitated the laying of immense stone foundations, meticulously designed to endure the destructive forces of seasonal floods, the abrasive impact of ice formations, and even potential hostile demolition attempts, all while steadfastly supporting the elegant wooden arch structures that formed the actual thoroughfare. The sheer scale of this construction demanded the meticulous coordination of vast labor contingents, the deployment of highly specialized machinery, and an unparalleled reservoir of engineering acumen, serving as irrefutable proof of Roman organizational genius and their profound technical erudition. The far-reaching strategic ramifications of Trajan's bridge transcended its immediate practical military applications. This enduring riverine crossing point facilitated the swift and unimpeded movement of Roman legions deep into Dacian lands, concurrently establishing inviolable supply arteries capable of sustaining protracted military campaigns, irrespective of climatic fluctuations or hostile interventions. Crucially, the bridge nullified the inherent strategic advantages previously enjoyed by the Dacians, who had long controlled access across the Danube. Concurrently, it furnished Roman commanders with unprecedented tactical agility, empowering them to react with alacrity to evolving battlefield dynamics. Beyond its tangible benefits, the psychological resonance of the bridge's construction upon both Roman citizens and Dacian inhabitants was profound, serving as a powerful demonstration of imperial engineering prowess and unyielding resolve, thereby significantly influencing political calculations across the entire region. The realization of this monumental bridge project was fraught with formidable construction challenges, encompassing the precarious management of the Danube's unpredictable currents, the intricate coordination of prodigious material demands, and the rigorous adherence to demanding work schedules, all perpetually threatened by potential enemy incursions and adverse meteorological phenomena. Roman engineers, renowned for their ingenuity, devised groundbreaking construction methodologies that enabled the precise placement of immense stone blocks within the turbulent river flows, all while meticulously preserving the critical alignment and structural coherence indispensable for the bridge's enduring longevity. The overall enterprise necessitated extensive quarrying activities, the establishment of vast transportation networks, and the deployment of purpose-built construction apparatus, collectively constituting a colossal logistical endeavor that demanded seamless collaboration across numerous military and civilian entities. The successful culmination of Trajan's bridge project empowered Roman forces to exert unremitting pressure upon Dacian strongholds, simultaneously furnishing secure lines of retreat that significantly mitigated the inherent perils of prolonged military operations deep within hostile domains. Roman military strategists were now at liberty to pursue strategic alternatives that had, until then, remained unattainable, primarily owing to the formidable logistical impediments and the inherent vulnerabilities associated with river crossings. The The completed bridge infrastructure conferred unprecedented capabilities for swift troop reinforcement, efficient resupply of provisions, and an enhanced tactical adaptability, thereby fundamentally recalibrating the intricate strategic equilibrium between the Roman and Dacian powers. The interim peace accord that brought an end to the initial Dacian War served as a clear manifestation of both Rome's overarching strategic ambitions and the pragmatic constraints that precluded an instantaneous, outright subjugation of Dacian lands. Although Roman legions had secured notable tactical triumphs and seized crucial Dacian strongholds, the arduous campaign had simultaneously laid bare the considerable expenditures and formidable obstacles inherent in subduing mountainous regions, fiercely defended by resolute adversaries. Emperor Trajan astutely discerned that a total conquest would necessitate a further allocation of resources, a more extensive time frame, and comprehensive military readiness, all of which could be more effectively amassed during a provisional truce. Such a temporary arrangement would furnish invaluable opportunities for more exhaustive and meticulous preparations. The stipulations of the peace treaty, meticulously hammered out between Emperor Trajan and King Decebalus, formally designated Dacia as a client kingdom beholden to Rome. This new status entailed precise commitments concerning the remittance of tribute, the provision of military auxiliaries, and various territorial realignments, all meticulously crafted to advance Roman strategic imperatives while nominally safeguarding Dacian political sovereignty under the watchful gaze of Rome. Decebalus consented to the demolition of specified defensive structures, the surrender of high-ranking hostages as pledges of adherence, and the acceptance of Roman garrisons strategically positioned to observe Dacian affairs and to serve as forward operating bases for any future military actions deemed necessary. These carefully delineated provisions furnished Rome with considerable strategic leverage, simultaneously affording Decebalus the latitude to retain dominion over his realm and to clandestinely ready himself for inevitable future confrontations. Roman strategic assessments concerning this interim peace agreement acknowledged that such a provisional arrangement could yield invaluable avenues for intelligence acquisition, comprehensive logistical planning, and the cultivation of political alliances, thereby substantially augmenting the prospects for successful future military operations. During this interlude of ostensible peace, Roman administrative officials judiciously leveraged the opportunity to construct more streamlined and robust supply chains, meticulously accumulate comprehensive intelligence concerning Dacian military capacities and intentions, and assiduously cultivate diplomatic ties with prospective Dacian factions who might, in time, align with Roman objectives during impending hostilities. Furthermore, the negotiated cessation of conflict afforded invaluable respite for Roman military contingents, allowing them to recuperate from the rigors and casualties sustained during the previous campaign, while simultaneously assimilating critical insights gleaned from their direct combat encounters with the resilient Dacian forces. Conversely, Dacian strategic imperatives throughout the peace deliberations were singularly concentrated on securing a crucial interval for extensive military augmentation, the painstaking forging of diplomatic coalitions, and the vital revitalization of their economy. These concerted efforts were designed to significantly bolster their defensive capacities in anticipation of the unavoidable future clashes with the Roman legions. King Decebalus, with keen geopolitical acumen, understood implicitly that the overarching imperial ambitions of Rome would, without fail, culminate in the total annexation of Dacia, thus rendering the current peace accord a mere ephemeral lull rather than a definitive cessation of hostilities. Consequently, the sagacious Dacian monarch capitalized on this interim period to reinforce existing fortifications, broaden the scope of his army's training regimens, and meticulously cultivate a network of alliance partnerships, all intended to furnish invaluable supplementary aid during subsequent military operations. The implementation of the initial peace accords inadvertently sowed the seeds of persistent discord and contention, stemming from an inherent clash between the far-reaching ambitions of the Roman Empire and the deeply rooted desires for self-governance held by the Dacian people. The stringent demands imposed by Rome, encompassing substantial tribute remittances, significant territorial cessions, and severe limitations on military capabilities, stood in stark opposition to the established Dacian customs and essential political frameworks, rendering full adherence either exceedingly problematic or entirely unachievable. These persistent challenges in executing the peace accord served not only as convenient justifications for subsequent military interventions, but also generated considerable political strain, thereby making a resurgence of armed conflict progressively more probable. Notwithstanding any interim agreements designed to foster temporary coexistence. During the ostensibly peaceful interlude, a sophisticated and extensive network of intelligence operations was actively pursued by both the Roman and Dacian factions. Their respective agents and emissaries diligently worked to amass critical information, striving to comprehensively evaluate the adversary's military strengths, strategic designs, and inherent weaknesses, all with the explicit aim of securing a decisive advantage should future hostilities inevitably recommence. Roman intelligence efforts were meticulously directed towards charting the intricate layouts of Dacian defensive structures, rigorously appraising their martial prowess, and pinpointing any discernible internal political fissures that could be strategically leveraged during forthcoming military offensives. Conversely, Dacian reconnaissance prioritized scrutinizing Roman military readiness, deciphering their overarching strategic blueprints, and closely monitoring political shifts that might betray the opportune moment and specific goals for a renewed Roman military thrust. The second major conflict dramatically ignited in 105 AD, a year when the relentless accumulation of unresolved tensions and deeply entrenched mutual distrust ultimately rendered any semblance of sustained peaceful coexistence utterly untenable. Notwithstanding the formal treaty stipulations that ostensibly regulated the intricate Roman-Dacian interactions, Roman pronouncements, replete with accusations of flagrant Dacian breaches of the established accords, furnished a convenient and publicly acceptable rationale for the resumption of military operations. Concurrently, the discernible Dacian preparations for vigorous resistance clearly evinced their own understanding that armed confrontation had become unavoidable, irrespective of any last-ditch diplomatic endeavors to preserve tranquility. Throughout the intervening years, both formidable powers had assiduously utilized the respite to significantly augment their respective military arsenals and fortify their strategic strongholds, thereby meticulously preparing the arena for a far more conclusive and devastating military engagement than the preceding campaign had witnessed. The unequivocal triumph achieved at Sarmizegetusa Regia in 106 AD signified far more than merely the cessation of Dacian sovereignty. It heralded the inauguration of one of the Roman Empire's most audacious and far-reaching provincial undertakings. In the aftermath, As the lingering smoke dissipated from the smoldering remnants of the former capital, and the tragic suicide of Decebalus extinguished the final flicker of organized opposition, Emperor Trajan confronted the truly colossal challenge of converting a proud, fiercely autonomous warrior realm into a flourishing and integrated Roman province. The emperor's strategic foresight and aspirations transcended the mere establishment of military occupation. His profound intention was to forge an exemplary province, one that would not only powerfully showcase Rome's unparalleled aptitude for profound cultural assimilation, but also ensure the extraction of the utmost economic yield from Dacia's fabled and abundant mineral resources. The formal integration of Dacia into the Roman Empire as a new province necessitated a series of prompt and critical administrative determinations, decisions that were destined to profoundly influence the region's trajectory and evolution for countless generations. Emperor Trajan, demonstrating astute judgment, designated Decimus Terentius Scaurianus as the inaugural provincial governor, a shrewd choice given Scaurianus's proven track record as a seasoned administrator who had repeatedly displayed exceptional proficiency in navigating intricate territorial transformations and governing heterogeneous populations. Scaurianus arrived in the newly annexed territory, armed with unambiguous directives, to systematically enact sweeping Romanization initiatives across the land. Concurrently ensuring a robust and pervasive military presence was sustained to effectively quell any potential resurgence of defiance from the remaining Dacian communities, particularly those dispersed throughout the rugged mountainous terrains where Roman authority remained somewhat precarious. The administrative framework established for Roman Dacia largely adhered to the time-honored templates of existing Roman provincial governance, yet it judiciously incorporated essential adaptations to effectively manage territories endowed with distinctive geographical contours and singular demographic compositions. Initially, the expansive province was strategically segmented into two principal administrative sectors: Dacia Superior, which encompassed the historical core of Decebalus's former dominion, notably including the formidable Orashti Mountains and their adjacent vicinities, and Dacia Inferior, which presided over the expansive eastern and southern regions that had previously exhibited a lesser degree of assimilation into the erstwhile Dacian political apparatus. This judicious partition underscored both pragmatic administrative efficiencies and a sagacious strategic acknowledgement that diverse geographical zones would inherently necessitate tailored methodologies for their successful integration and sustained imperial oversight. Throughout the newly acquired province, a network of meticulously planned Roman administrative centers was systematically erected, each designed to fulfill a multifaceted role. Operating as robust military garrisons, thriving commercial epicenters, and potent emblems of imperial sovereignty, thereby unequivocally signaling Rome's enduring resolve to exert dominion over its recently subjugated domains. The judicious process of selecting the precise locations for these pivotal administrative hubs was predicated upon a scrupulous evaluation of several critical factors, including their strategic geographical positioning, inherent defensive advantages, access to efficient communication arteries, and their intrinsic economic viability, all calculated to sustain a prolonged Roman occupation while simultaneously fostering the seamless assimilation of indigenous populations into the broader imperial frameworks. The establishment of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa stood as the preeminent urban development endeavor within the fledgling province, culminating in the creation of a magnificent Roman metropolis destined to function as the provincial capital. This monumental undertaking simultaneously served to symbolically supplant the obliterated Dacian fortress with an enduring testament to the grandeur and sophistication of Roman civilization. Its strategic placement within the fertile Hunedoara region conferred a multitude of benefits, encompassing naturally defensible topography, abundant access to vital water sources, close proximity to invaluable mineral deposits, and robust communication pathways connecting it seamlessly with other significant settlements scattered across the expansive province. The skilled Roman urban architects meticulously conceived Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa, adhering rigorously to the established precepts of Roman city planning, while simultaneously integrating judicious modifications necessitated by the specific topographical and environmental characteristics of the locality. The resultant urban morphology of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa prominently showcased the quintessential Roman grid configuration, anchored by a vibrant central forum. This civic heart was, in turn, encircled by an impressive array of public edifices, including a stately basilica for legal and commercial activities, revered temples dedicated to various deities, luxurious public baths for hygiene and social interaction, and efficient administrative offices, all collectively furnishing indispensable civic amenities while powerfully illustrating the advanced architectural prowess inherent to Roman engineering and design. The ambitious construction of this burgeoning city necessitated the mobilization of truly immense labor contingents, comprising both free individuals drawn by the promise of gainful employment and conscripted local populations compelled to furnish the arduous manual labor required for the monumental building projects. Compelling archaeological findings strongly suggest that the city's expansion unfolded with remarkable swiftness, with the most significant public structures reaching completion within the initial 10 years of Roman dominion. The residential quarters within Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa vividly mirrored the stratified social order intrinsic to Roman colonial settlements, wherein affluent Roman settlers resided in expansive, well-appointed dwellings boasting sophisticated conveniences such as efficient hypocaust heating systems, intricately laid mosaic floors, and exclusive private bathing facilities. Meanwhile, the burgeoning middle-class inhabitants, a diverse group encompassing Roman citizens of moderate prosperity and enterprising local merchants, occupied more modest yet comfortably appointed residences, clearly signifying their successful assimilation into the prevailing Roman social fabric and intricate economic frameworks. The numerous working-class inhabitants typically resided in multi-story apartment blocks and more diminutive individual houses, which, while offering fundamental living quarters, nonetheless upheld the established benchmarks of Roman urban design and amenity. The vibrant commercial zones within the newly established capital teemed with a variety of retail establishments, bustling workshops, extensive storage facilities, and well-organized market squares, all actively fostering both robust internal economic transactions and facilitating extensive long-distance trade connections that linked Dacia with the wider and expansive Roman commercial arteries. The systematic implementation of Roman commercial jurisprudence, alongside the widespread adoption of standardized weights and measures, proved instrumental in streamlining trade interactions and concurrently furnishing crucial legal safeguards. These protections, in turn, significantly stimulated both capital investment and comprehensive economic advancement throughout the burgeoning province. The meticulously organized market facilities feature dedicated sections for the exchange of various categories of commodities, with a pronounced focus on the lucrative trade of precious metals, staple agricultural yields, and diverse manufactured articles, all of which distinctly mirrored the primary economic imperatives and rich resource base of the newly acquired territory. The religious architectural landscape of Ulpia Traiana Sarmizegetusa thoughtfully integrated both venerable Roman temple designs and innovative syncretic religious edifices, skillfully adapted to embrace indigenous spiritual customs within parameters deemed acceptable by Roman societal norms. The erection of a magnificent Capitolium, consecrated to the revered triad of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, unequivocally solidified the official Roman religious imprimatur within the province. Furthermore, while numerous other temples devoted to a pantheon of Roman deities offered ample opportunities for worship to the diverse colonists originating from various corners of the empire, substantial archaeological findings indicate that certain traditional Dacian religious observances persisted, albeit in subtly altered iterations that posed no perceived threat to the established Roman political hegemony or the prevailing social hierarchy. The monumental colonization initiative systematically rolled out across Roman Dacia constituted one of the most expansive and ambitious population redistribution programs ever undertaken throughout the annals of Roman imperial history. This grand scheme entailed the relocation of numerous settlers from every corner of the vast empire, serving the dual purpose of firmly establishing Roman demographic supremacy and introducing the vital skilled labor and administrative acumen indispensable for the province's comprehensive development. Emperor Trajan's meticulously crafted colonization strategies were explicitly designed to foster the emergence of robust and enduring Roman communities, capable not only of consistently upholding imperial authority, but also of meticulously harnessing the abundant Dacian resources and leveraging the province's crucial strategic geographical position for maximal economic gain. The recruitment drive for these new colonists actively sourced individuals from a wide array of ethnic backgrounds and social strata across the entire Roman Empire. This included seasoned veterans from the recent Dacian military campaigns, who were generously compensated with valuable land allocations as a testament to their distinguished service, alongside civilian volunteers drawn by the compelling allure of economic prosperity within a region famously abundant in natural resources, and, crucially, highly skilled artisans whose specialized expertise was absolutely indispensable for advancing the burgeoning mining enterprises and constructing the foundational urban infrastructure. The inherent heterogeneity of the colonists' origins consequently fostered the emergence of vibrant cosmopolitan settlements, which, while eloquently mirroring the inherent multicultural tapestry of Roman imperial society, steadfastly preserved and projected a cohesive Roman cultural and political identity. The establishment of veteran settlements across the newly conquered province of Dacia served a dual purpose, simultaneously fostering agricultural development and ensuring robust military security. These communities, strategically populated by seasoned soldiers, were designed as highly defensible outposts, enabling rapid response to any emergent security threats, while also cultivating productive agricultural operations, crucial for provincial sustenance. These distinguished veteran colonies were beneficiaries of substantial land grants, which encompassed both fertile agricultural plots for cultivation and valuable urban properties, thereby creating powerful economic incentives that not only encouraged permanent residency, but also meticulously maintained a constant state of military preparedness among their inhabitants. Archaeological investigations have revealed that these veteran settlements typically adhered to standardized layouts, featuring a formidable central defensive position meticulously encircled by extensive agricultural lands, specifically designed to sustain the community's population, particularly during periods of emergency or siege. Concurrently, a diverse array of civilian colonists, including astute merchants, skilled craftsmen, diligent administrators, and industrious farmers, were drawn to Dacia by the myriad economic opportunities burgeoning within a province undergoing significant Roman investment and extensive development projects. This ambitious imperial undertaking generated a substantial demand for a wide spectrum of diverse skills and essential services. The colonial administration, in a bid to stimulate immigration, offered various attractive incentives, such as valuable tax exemptions, generous land grants, and significant legal privileges. These measures were carefully calibrated to encourage an influx of newcomers, while simultaneously ensuring that all immigrants possessed skills deemed indispensable for the province's accelerated development. The rigorous selection process for civilian colonists placed a strong emphasis on individuals who could not only contribute meaningfully to economic growth, but also unequivocally maintain unwavering loyalty to Roman political and cultural values. Consequently, the demographic transformation of Dacia unfolded systematically. As Roman colonists established thriving communities throughout territories that had either been depopulated through relentless warfare or abandoned by indigenous Dacian populations seeking to escape Roman control. Population estimates from the initial generation of imperial governance suggest that Roman colonization introduced several 100,000 settlers into Dacia, a monumental demographic shift that swiftly established Roman majorities in pivotal urban centers and strategically vital regions. Concurrently, mixed populations persisted in rural areas, where surviving Dacian communities diligently continued their agricultural activities under the watchful supervision of Roman authorities. Integration policies, meticulously implemented by Roman administrators, aimed to forge unified provincial populations, harmoniously blending Roman colonists with the remaining Dacian communities. This was achieved through a comprehensive suite of legal, economic, and cultural mechanisms meticulously designed to encourage cooperation while unequivocally upholding Roman political dominance. These wide-ranging integration efforts notably included the promotion of intermarriage between Roman and Dacian populations, the formation of strategic economic partnerships that combined Roman capital with invaluable local knowledge and labor, and the establishment of robust educational programs that imparted the Latin language and Roman customs to local populations aspiring for advancement within the imperial systems. The economic exploitation of Dacia's rich natural resources commenced almost immediately following the decisive military conquest. Roman engineers and administrators wasted no time in implementing systematic extraction programs, meticulously designed to maximize precious metal production. Simultaneously, they diligently developed agricultural and commercial activities capable of supporting sustained imperial investment in the region. The legendary wealth of Dacian gold mines had, in fact, served as a primary and compelling motivation for Emperor Trajan's ambitious conquest. Consequently, Roman mining operations were singularly focused on extracting the maximum possible value from these invaluable resources, while meticulously maintaining production levels robust enough to support both the burgeoning local development within the province and the substantial imperial revenues flowing back to Rome. Gold mining operations situated in the rugged Apuseni Mountains garnered immediate and intense attention from Roman engineers. These highly skilled professionals brought with them advanced extraction techniques and unparalleled organizational capabilities, which collectively promised to significantly increase production far beyond the levels ever achieved under the preceding Dacian administration. Roman mining methodologies incorporated sophisticated hydraulic systems that ingeniously utilized diverted water to efficiently wash gold-bearing gravels. Furthermore, they employed advanced underground shaft construction techniques, enabling access to deeper and richer ore deposits, alongside innovative processing techniques that achieved remarkably higher recovery rates from the raw ore materials. Extensive archaeological investigations at historically significant sites like Rochia Montana have unveiled vast Roman mining installations, encompassing not only state-of-the-art processing facilities, but also well-organized worker housing and impressive administrative buildings, all designed to support these large-scale extraction operations. The sheer scale of Roman mining operations necessitated the deployment of massive labor forces. These included both free workers, who were often enticed by relatively high wages for their specialized skills, and substantial slave populations, who provided the arduous manual labor for the notoriously dangerous underground work. Roman mining communities consequently developed distinctive social structures, which vividly reflected the perilous yet highly profitable nature of mining work itself. Successful miners often achieved considerable personal wealth, yet they remained acutely aware of the inherent occupational hazards that rendered mining careers both exceptionally lucrative and potentially short-lived. The comprehensive development of these mining settlements also demanded extensive supporting infrastructure, encompassing reliable food production, specialized equipment manufacturing, and intricate transportation networks that efficiently connected the isolated mining areas with the broader provincial economic systems. Silver mining operations served as a crucial complement to the more celebrated gold extraction activities, albeit requiring distinct technical approaches and specialized processing methods that Roman engineers expertly adapted to the unique local geological conditions. Silver ore deposits found within Dacian territories typically occurred in complex combinations with lead ore, necessitating intricate and sophisticated processes to effectively separate the valuable silver from the more common base metals. Roman metallurgists, renowned for their expertise, established advanced processing facilities meticulously designed to handle large volumes of ore, while consistently upholding the stringent quality standards essential for both monetary and commercial applications. The seamless integration of silver mining with the existing Roman monetary systems provided immediate and substantial economic benefits, simultaneously supporting provincial development through an increased money supply and a corresponding surge in commercial activity. Agricultural development across Roman Dacia strategically emphasized both vital subsistence production, necessary to sustain the rapidly growing populations within the province, and robust commercial agriculture, designed to generate valuable export revenues, while simultaneously reducing the province's dependence on imported food supplies. Roman agricultural techniques, meticulously introduced to the fertile Dacian territories, included significantly improved plowing methods, sophisticated crop rotation systems, and advanced livestock management practices. These innovations collectively boosted productivity while diligently maintaining soil fertility over extended periods. The naturally fertile plains and verdant valleys that had historically supported thriving Dacian agricultural communities provided an excellent and robust foundation for the expanded Roman agricultural operations. Roman colonists, drawing upon agricultural knowledge from their diverse regions of origin, introduced a variety of farming systems. These innovative systems skillfully combined traditional Mediterranean crops with the established local agricultural traditions, meticulously adapted to the specific Dacian climate and prevailing soil conditions. Wheat and barley production experienced a significant expansion under Roman administration, providing essential staple grains for both local consumption and profitable export to other provinces throughout the empire. Viticulture, the cultivation of grapevines for wine production, received particular attention as Roman colonists diligently established numerous vineyards. These vineyards were intended to produce wine for local markets, with the ambitious potential to develop export capabilities that could effectively compete with established wine-producing regions already flourishing throughout the vast Roman Empire. Livestock operations also experienced substantial expansion under Roman administration, as colonists introduced markedly improved breeding techniques and more efficient management practices. These advancements led to increased production of meat, dairy products, high-quality leather, and valuable wool, all essential for both local consumption and thriving commercial trade. Cattle herding, in particular, benefited significantly from advanced Roman veterinary knowledge and carefully implemented selective breeding programs, which dramatically improved animal health and overall productivity. Sheep and goat operations, well suited to the terrain, expanded particularly in mountainous regions, where these hardy animals could efficiently utilize marginal grazing lands while producing wool and other valuable products for textile manufacturing and the lucrative export trade. The seamless integration into established Roman trade networks provided Dacian producers with unprecedented access to vast markets throughout the entire empire. This integration simultaneously created a robust demand for Dacian products, thereby actively encouraging economic diversification and stimulating further development within the province. Roman commercial law and standardized business practices played a pivotal role, significantly reducing transaction costs and mitigating legal uncertainties that had previously constrained trade relationships. This facilitated Dacian merchants' effective participation in long-distance commerce. Furthermore, the extensive construction of improved transportation infrastructure, encompassing well-engineered roads, sturdy bridges, and modern port facilities, substantially enhanced connectivity with major trade routes, while simultaneously reducing shipping costs and significantly shortening delivery times. The profound cultural transformation of Dacia under Roman administration involved systematic and deliberate efforts to introduce the Latin language, Roman law, distinctive Roman architecture, and established social customs. This extensive cultural imposition was carefully managed alongside the persistence of local traditions, particularly those that did not overtly conflict with imperial political objectives. Roman cultural policies were expressly designed to cultivate provincial populations that maintained unwavering loyalty to imperial authority while productively contributing to the economic and social development of the region. These multifaceted cultural transformation efforts demanded a delicate and thoughtful balance between vigorously promoting Roman civilization and respectfully accommodating local customs, often integrating them into acceptable hybrid cultural forms. The adoption of the Latin language proceeded through multiple influential channels, encompassing official administrative requirements, abundant educational opportunities, and compelling economic incentives that rendered Latin proficiency absolutely essential for advancement within the Roman social and economic systems. Roman schools, strategically established in major urban centers, provided comprehensive Latin instruction for both the children of Roman colonists and the local populations actively seeking integration into imperial society. The gradual yet pervasive spread of Latin throughout Dacian territories created common communication capabilities, thereby significantly facilitating both cultural integration and enhancing administrative efficiency across the province. Administrative efficiency. The integration of Roman jurisprudence supplanted the indigenous Dacian legal traditions with imperial legal frameworks, thereby instituting standardized protocols governing property ownership, commercial dealings, criminal adjudication, and civil litigation. Roman legal doctrines underscored the primacy of written statutes, formal procedural guidelines, and established appeals mechanisms, which collectively afforded a greater degree of foreseeability and safeguarding for individual entitlements than had been accessible under the antecedent tribal justice systems. Furthermore, the provision of Roman citizenship opportunities to eligible local inhabitants served as a powerful impetus for cultural assimilation, concurrently broadening the cohort of individuals endowed with comprehensive legal prerogatives and safeguards. The architectural metamorphosis throughout Roman Dacia involved a dual strategy: the erection of novel edifices conforming to Roman benchmarks, alongside the refurbishment of extant structures to accommodate Roman utilitarian imperatives and aesthetic predilections. Roman construction methodologies introduced into Dacia encompassed the innovative use of concrete, sophisticated arch and vaulting systems, advanced hypocaust heating, and ornate decorative motifs. These elements not only showcased the formidable engineering prowess of the Romans, but also delivered enhanced functionality and comfort to daily life. Public buildings, meticulously designed in the distinctive Roman style, fulfilled both pragmatic roles and profound symbolic functions, unequivocally demonstrating the advanced imperial civilization and its overarching authority. Urban planning tenets, meticulously applied to Dacian settlements, instigated meticulously organized city layouts featuring sophisticated drainage infrastructure, reliable water supply networks, efficient waste management systems, and well-structured transportation pathways. These advancements significantly elevated public health standards and the overall quality of life, simultaneously serving as a tangible testament to Roman administrative acumen. The extensive construction of aqueducts, comprehensive sewer systems, and paved thoroughfares within principal settlements established a robust infrastructure, capable of sustaining larger populations while diligently preserving the sanitary conditions indispensable for progressive urban expansion. Complementary public amenities such as expansive baths, grand theaters, and imposing amphitheaters furnished ample recreational and cultural avenues, thereby enriching civic existence and actively fostering the adoption of Roman social customs. Religious observances under Roman governance featured the inauguration of official Roman cults, concurrently sanctioning indigenous religious traditions that could either be harmonized within Roman theological frameworks or practiced privately without subverting imperial authority. The strategic construction of Roman temples and the establishment of official priesthoods forged institutional religious structures that buttressed imperial political power, while also providing spiritual solace and services for Roman colonists. Archaeological findings indicate that certain Dacian religious practices endured in modified iterations, particularly prevalent in rural locales, where the extent of Roman cultural influence remained circumscribed. The tenacity of Dacian traditions evinced both the pragmatic limitations inherent in cultural transformation endeavors and the deliberate Roman policies that permitted local customs, provided they did not imperil political stability or economic productivity. Dacian craft traditions persisted, albeit in adapted manifestations that assimilated Roman techniques and aesthetic preferences, while steadfastly retaining their unique local characteristics. The venerable skills of traditional Dacian metalwork proved exceptionally valuable for Roman mining and manufacturing enterprises, thereby fostering pecuniary motivations for the preservation and advancement of indigenous technical expertise. Archaeological evidence unearthed from Roman Dacian sites illuminates a complex cultural synthesis, amalgamating Roman and Dacian elements in ways that engendered distinctive provincial cultures, reflecting both the overarching imperial integration and nuanced local adaptation. A comprehensive examination of pottery styles, decorative motifs, burial customs, and domestic architecture clearly exhibits indications of profound cultural mixing, which generated hybrid forms incorporating constituents from both traditions. These invaluable archaeological materials unequivocally illustrate that cultural transformation within Roman Dacia was characterized by reciprocal adjustment, rather than a simplistic obliteration of local traditions by Roman customs. The gradual evolution of a Romano-Dacian cultural identity unfolded across generations of continuous interaction between Roman colonists and indigenous populations, giving rise to provincial cultures that upheld unwavering loyalty to Roman political authority, yet simultaneously integrated local elements reflecting specific regional conditions and historical experiences. This intricate cultural synthesis laid the groundwork for a stable provincial society, one capable of sustaining Roman economic and political objectives while simultaneously preserving social cohesion and cultural continuity. Such stability, in turn, expedited long-term imperial control over territories that had previously defied Roman expansion through fierce military resistance. The comprehensive Romanization policies enacted throughout Dacia during the reigns of Trajan and his successors, despite their systematic methodology and robust imperial backing, were ultimately unable to completely obliterate the deep-rooted cultural traditions and population groups that had developed over centuries of independent Dacian civilization. Even as Roman colonists secured preeminent footholds in burgeoning urban centers and fecund agricultural regions, significant Dacian communities endured in remote mountainous areas. In these isolated enclaves, Roman administrative control was attenuated, allowing traditional ways of life to persevere with minimal interference from imperial authorities. These surviving populations preserved not merely their physical presence, but furthermore crucial elements of Dacian cultural identity, which demonstrated extraordinary tenacity throughout the entire period of Roman occupation. The majestic Carpathian mountain ranges offered inherent sanctuaries for Dacian populations, who resolutely opted for defiance rather than acquiescence. These formidable terrains fostered isolated communities that safeguarded traditional social structures, religious practices, and economic activities, effectively placing them beyond the reach of systematic Roman cultural transformation efforts. Archaeological evidence gleaned from high-altitude settlements points to sustained habitation of sites originally established during the pre-conquest era, with material culture exhibiting incremental adjustment to altered circumstances rather than a complete abandonment of traditional practices. These resilient mountain communities cultivated ingenious approaches for maintaining their autonomy, all while assiduously avoiding direct confrontation with Roman military forces that could have culminated in their utter destruction or forced relocation. The endurance of traditional Dacian settlements in regions such as the Retezat Mountains, the formidable Fagarash Range, and the secluded valleys of the Apuseni Mountains was attributable to both their inherent geographical advantages and deliberate strategies for cultural preservation. These locations presented naturally defensive terrain that rendered Roman military maneuvers arduous and costly, simultaneously affording entry to vital natural resources, including timber, extensive pasture land, and valuable mineral deposits, which were capable of sustaining self-sufficient communities. The inherently scattered nature of these settlements rendered comprehensive Roman oversight unfeasible, as the expenditures associated with maintaining permanent garrisons in remote mountain locations substantially surpassed any potential economic or strategic benefits. Dacian resistance activities during the Roman period assumed diverse manifestations, spanning from passive noncompliance with imperial administrative requirements to encompassing active sabotage of Roman economic and military installations. Mountain-based Dacian communities executed intermittent incursions against Roman mining operations, vital transportation networks, and isolated settlements, while consistently eschewing large-scale engagements that could instigate overwhelming Roman retaliation. These resistance activities necessitated meticulous synchronization among scattered communities and sophisticated intelligence networks, which were capable of observing Roman activities and planning operations that optimized detriment to imperial interests, while simultaneously attenuating perils to Dacian populations. The orchestration of resistance efforts mirrored traditional Dacian military culture, albeit modified to suit the exigencies of operating under Roman occupation. Small contingents of warriors preserved their ancestral weapons and fighting techniques, concurrently forging novel strategies specifically tailored for guerrilla warfare against Roman targets. The iconic falx persisted in functioning as both a practical weapon and a potent symbol of Dacian resistance, with archaeological finds from this epoch evidencing ongoing fabrication and deployment of these distinctive curved blades in territories beyond direct Roman control. Resistance leaders typically arose from traditional warrior classes, individuals who held both the requisite military skills and the community authority indispensable for orchestrating and perpetuating opposition activities. Intelligence networks underpinning Dacian resistance operations comprised both formal communication systems among the mountain communities and furthermore informal information gathering through clandestine contacts with Romanized Dacians who harbored covert allegiances for independence movements. These networks furnished vital intelligence concerning Roman military movements, administrative directives, and economic activities. Such information empowered resistance groups to plan effective operations while assiduously circumventing Roman countermeasures. The effectiveness of Dacian intelligence gathering was a testament to both traditional tribal communication methods and the astute modifications acquired by scrutinizing Roman administrative and military procedures. Economic activities within the resilient Dacian communities prominently prioritized self-sufficiency and time-honored production methods, designed to function autonomously from the burgeoning Roman commercial networks. while meticulously ensuring the provision of essential commodities and vital provisions for communal survival. Traditional metalworking, a craft honed through centuries of inherited expertise, persistently flourished in secluded regions, where skilled Dacian smiths meticulously forged tools, formidable weapons, and intricate decorative objects utilizing techniques passed down over generations of independent cultural development. Concurrently, agricultural practices steadfastly upheld customary crop varieties and farming methodologies, which were perfectly attuned to the local environmental conditions and required scant external resources or commercial entanglements. Religious practices among these defiant Dacian populations zealously safeguarded traditional Zalmoxian worship and its accompanying ceremonial rites, which fostered profound spiritual bonds with their ancestral heritage predating Roman subjugation. Hallowed woodlands and sacred sites, often nestled in remote alpine sanctuaries, continued to serve as pivotal centers for traditional ceremonies and communal convocations. These gatherings not only strengthened communal solidarity, but also furnished a divine mandate, a spiritual justification for their unwavering resistance against the encroaching Roman authority. The enduring nature of customary religious observance thus underscored both a genuine, deeply felt spiritual commitment and intentional tactics for cultural perpetuation, crucial for maintaining a distinctive Dacian identity. Notwithstanding the vigorous endeavors of the Roman Empire to disseminate its own state-sponsored cults and pantheon, beyond the arduous havens of active resistance, substantial communities of free Dacian tribes preserved their autonomy along the vast peripheral territories of Roman territorial control. In these distant borderlands, the writ of Rome progressively waned with increasing remoteness from principal governmental hubs and formidable military garrisons. The Carpi, who held sway over vast domains in the strategically significant region situated between the towering Carpathian Mountains and the meandering Dniester River, stood as the preeminent and most structurally coherent of these independent Dacian groups. Material discoveries unearthed by archaeologists suggest that the Carpi upheld intricate political organization, formidable military capacities, and robust economic systems. These sophisticated structures allowed them to operate as self-governing polities, all the while cultivating intricate interactions with both Roman authorities and a diverse array of other barbarian peoples. This formidable Carpi tribal confederation comprised numerous constituent clans that commanded sizable domains in what is recognized today as Eastern Romania and Moldova. Meticulously maintaining traditional Dacian cultural practices while judiciously adjusting to the evolving geopolitical landscape created by Roman expansion. Carpi settlements were notably characterized by robust defensive structures that ingeniously integrated indigenous Dacian building methods with novel adaptations, many of which were acquired by scrutinizing Roman military architecture. The spatial arrangement of Carpi material points to a methodical territorial organization that commanded access to critical fluvial junctures, vital commercial arteries, and fertile agrarian zones, simultaneously sustaining intricate channels of communication among their scattered tribal groups. Carpi military organization upheld the venerable martial ethos of the Dacians, concurrently cultivating the requisite capacities to challenge Roman military forces and vying for supremacy against rival tribal confederations for dominion over land and valuable commodities. Carpi warriors persistently wielded the formidable falx, a distinctive curved blade, in conjunction with lances, defensive bucklers, and projectile armaments a combination that afforded strategic adaptability for diverse combat scenarios. The perpetuation of dedicated martial orders within Carpi society facilitated prolonged martial engagements while safeguarding the distinctive cultural hallmarks that differentiated Carpi identity from both Roman and other barbarian cultures. Political structures within Carpi territories upheld customary Dacian governance models, simultaneously adjusting to the intricate exigencies of statecraft inherent in operating within a region where a multitude of potentates vied for ascendancy and dominion. Carpi leaders skillfully navigated interactions with Roman authorities, other Dacian groups, Germanic tribes, and Sarmatian peoples through calculated diplomatic maneuvers designed to safeguard Carpi sovereignty, thereby averting hostilities that could lead to the usurpation of lands or the forced relocation of their populace. The intricate finesse of Carpi statecraft demonstrated both an inherent Dacian acumen for governance and wisdom garnered over epochs of engagement with disparate civilizations and administrative frameworks. Economic activities among the Carpi prioritized both self-sufficient sustenance and burgeoning trade networks, which facilitated the procurement of commodities and resources beyond their immediate geographical reach. Carpi agricultural practices perpetuated time-honored cultivars concurrently with embracing advancements that bolstered yields and enhanced nutritional stability. Animal husbandry concentrated on bovine, ovine, and equine species, which furnished both essential provisions and marketable commodities for exchange with neighboring peoples. Artisanal endeavors encompassed metalworking, pottery, textile manufacturing, and woodworking, catering to internal demands, as well as generating merchandise for external commerce. The Costoboci stood as yet another prominent autonomous Dacian confederation that sustained their sovereignty within the rugged uplands situated between Dacia and the Black Sea coast. They achieved this by upholding their ancestral customs concurrently with cultivating niche economic pursuits that established the bedrock for self-governance. Costoboci lands encompassed crucial alpine defiles and fertile fluvial basins that commanded strategic thoroughfares between Roman Dacia and the Pontic region, furnishing tactical superiorities that facilitated effective opposition to Roman expansion efforts. Archaeological evidence from Costoboci sites indicates uninterrupted habitation of ancestral domiciles, with a material record evidencing both an unbroken cultural lineage and the judicious assimilation of foreign elements. Costoboci social organization upheld customary clan formations while cultivating distinct functions and organizational frameworks, requisite for navigating intricate interactions with neighboring peoples and adjusting to the fluctuating fiscal and governmental landscapes. Costoboci communities comprised both agrarian communities nestled in verdant lowlands and nomadic herders who exploited alpine pastures via cyclical transhumance. The synergistic amalgamation of farming and herding enterprises furnished a breadth of economic avenues that augmented communal fortitude, concurrently preserving ancestral customs intrinsically linked to each distinct way of life. Military capabilities among the Costoboci exemplified both the venerable Dacian martial spirit and the requisite adjustments for safeguarding their highland domains from myriad foreign aggressions. Costoboci fortifications ingeniously integrated inherent topographical advantages with supplementary man-made components that bolstered their defensive posture without necessitating colossal human exertion. The advantageous positioning of Costoboci lands permitted them to command thoroughfares, all the while sustaining intricate liaison systems with fellow autonomous Dacian factions and prospective confederates among neighboring peoples. Religious practices among free Dacian tribes upheld their ancestral theological convictions and ceremonial customs, adapting to altered conditions, necessitating revised methodologies for communal religious life. Venerable hallowed grounds persisted as focal points for religious observances, concurrently with the emergence of novel ceremonial observances designed to confront particular adversities associated with safeguarding their cultural distinctiveness amidst foreign imposition. The enduring nature of customary religious observance among free Dacian populations furnished the spiritual bedrock for cultural defiance, concurrently fostering communal solidarity indispensable for effective governance and martial arrangements. Southeastern archaeological evidence for the endurance of Dacian cultural components within Roman Dacia uncovers intricate modalities of cultural tenacity, evolution, and amalgamation. These patterns demonstrably underscore the inherent boundaries of Rome's endeavors at cultural assimilation, notwithstanding their methodical execution and state-backed endorsement. The archaeological record from Roman Dacia attests to the ongoing fabrication and utilization of artifacts that embody quintessentially Dacian aesthetic principles, fabrication methods, and practical attributes, in tandem with items reflecting Roman aesthetics. These material findings indicate that Dacian cultural traditions endured not merely among defiant groups in secluded locales, but also within Romanized settlements, where syncretic cultural blending generated composite expressions that retained Dacian constituents within permissible Roman paradigms. Ceramic fabrication across Roman Dacia consistently encompassed receptacles that utilized time-honored Dacian silhouettes, ornamental patterns, and fabrication methodologies, simultaneously integrating Roman aesthetic features and practical specifications. Forensic examination of pottery collections from both metropolitan centers and agrarian locales uncovers a progressive metamorphosis of ceramic aesthetics that retained discernible Dacian traits while conforming to Roman aesthetic sensibilities and utilitarian demands. The endurance of customary pottery designs signifies both their sustained utilization by indigenous Dacian communities and their esteem among Roman settlers, who frequently deemed indigenous ceramic practices functionally advantageous for particular purposes or for certain applications. The enduring metalwork traditions within Roman Dacia notably preserved distinctive Dacian techniques and profound aesthetic preferences, while simultaneously integrating Roman technological innovations and compelling stylistic influences. Archaeological investigations of metalwork artifacts from this Roman era have unearthed a plethora of jewelry, practical tools, and decorative objects. These items frequently exhibit a harmonious fusion of Roman and Dacian design components, thereby forging unique provincial styles that speak to a vibrant cultural synthesis. Furthermore, the persistent manufacture of falx weapons, even when adapted into modified configurations, serves as a compelling indicator of the sustained vitality of traditional metalworking skills and the profound resonance of cultural symbols, notwithstanding the concerted Roman efforts to regulate weapon production and quell any potential resistance movements. Throughout Roman Dacia, burial practices reveal compelling evidence of a profound cultural synthesis, meticulously combining established Roman funeral customs with long-standing Dacian mortuary practices. This intricate blend resulted in the emergence of hybrid burial traditions that eloquently mirrored both the pervasive imperial cultural influence and the tenacious local cultural persistence. Excavations of numerous cemeteries consistently uncover graves containing an eclectic mix both Roman-style grave goods, such as imported pottery or coins, alongside objects deeply reflective of traditional Dacian spiritual beliefs and indigenous cultural practices, like specific local pottery or ritualistic figurines. The remarkable diversity in burial rites observed within individual cemeteries powerfully underscores the complex cultural interplay among various demographic groups, which encompassed Roman colonists, thoroughly Romanized Dacians, and those individuals who steadfastly maintained stronger, more overt connections to their traditional cultural heritage. Toponymic evidence, drawn from place names scattered across the former Roman province of Dacia, offers crucial and invaluable testimony to the enduring survival of Dacian linguistic and cultural elements. Despite the vigorous Romanization campaigns and the significant demographic shifts that characterized the period, a meticulous analysis of toponyms consistently uncovers numerous place names demonstrably derived from ancient Dacian linguistic roots. This phenomenon strongly suggests either a continued occupation by Dacian-speaking populations in these areas, or a robust cultural memory that meticulously preserved traditional geographical designations, even in the face of profound political and demographic transformations. Crucially, the geographical distribution of these Dacian-derived place names aligns remarkably closely with regions where archaeological evidence concurrently indicates the persistent presence of Dacian cultural elements, thereby suggesting systematic patterns of cultural survival rather than merely the random preservation of isolated linguistic fragments. River names, particularly throughout the expansive Carpathian region, present exceptionally strong evidence of Dacian linguistic endurance, with numerous major waterways steadfastly retaining appellations that can be authoritatively traced back to pre-Roman Dacian linguistic traditions. Prominent rivers such as the Mureș, Olt, and Jiu, alongside a multitude of smaller streams and tributaries, bear names unequivocally stemming from Dacian linguistic origins. This linguistic continuity indicates either their uninterrupted use by Dacian-speaking communities or the subsequent adoption of these traditional names by later populations who recognized their inherent geographical appropriateness and historical significance. The remarkable persistence of these river names thus reflects both practical considerations vital for navigation and commerce, and a deep-seated cultural continuity that effectively sustained traditional geographical knowledge across successive political transitions. Similarly, mountain and hill names distributed throughout the former Dacian territories consistently preserve numerous compelling examples of pre-Roman linguistic elements. These enduring appellations signify either continuous population presence or a potent cultural memory that diligently maintained traditional geographical designations over generations. A thorough analysis of these mountain names reveals systematic patterns that directly correspond with areas where other corroborating evidence points to persistent Dacian cultural elements. This congruence strongly implies a coordinated and deliberate preservation of traditional geographical knowledge, rather than the haphazard survival of isolated linguistic vestiges. These distinctive toponymic patterns, therefore, furnish important evidence for comprehending the geographical spread of cultural survival and illuminate the various mechanisms through which traditional knowledge was faithfully transmitted and preserved across generations. Moreover, settlement names found throughout the region encompass numerous instances that incorporate Dacian linguistic elements. These appear either as complete, unaltered traditional names or as integral components within hybrid designations that artfully combine both Dacian and Latin linguistic elements. A comprehensive analysis of settlement toponymy unveils intricate patterns of cultural interaction that ultimately gave rise to diverse forms of linguistic synthesis, each reflecting varying degrees of Romanization and profound cultural change. Some settlements, for example, demonstrably retained their traditional Dacian names throughout the entire Roman period, serving as linguistic anchors, while others evolved into settlements bearing hybrid names. These composite appellations skillfully integrated both Dacian and Roman elements, eloquently reflecting their inherently mixed and evolving cultural character. Religious practices observed within Roman Dacia remarkably preserved numerous integral elements of traditional Dacian spiritual beliefs and time-honored ritual activities. This persistence occurred despite the official and vigorous promotion of Roman religious systems and the extensive construction of Roman temples and religious institutions across the province. Archaeological discoveries consistently indicate the continued veneration and utilization of traditional sacred sites, often accompanied by architectural modifications that thoughtfully incorporated Roman construction elements, yet crucially maintained the essential Dacian ritual functions. The tenacious persistence of these traditional religious practices reflects both a genuine spiritual commitment among the local populace and a deliberate, conscious effort towards cultural preservation, effectively maintaining a distinctive Dacian identity within the broadly acceptable frameworks of Roman imperial policy. The revered sacred grove traditions continued to flourish, albeit in modified forms, throughout the entirety of the Roman period. Archaeological investigations provide compelling evidence indicating a maintained reverence for specific forest locations that had historically served significant religious functions during the pre-conquest era. These hallowed sacred sites frequently received architectural enhancements, thoughtfully incorporating Roman construction techniques such as paved pathways or small stone altars, while meticulously preserving their essential ritual spaces and traditional ceremonial functions. The sustained use of these sacred groves during Roman rule powerfully indicates both the enduring persistence of traditional spiritual beliefs among the Dacian populace and the pragmatic flexibility of Roman religious policies, which typically permitted local practices that did not overtly challenge or undermine imperial political authority. Funerary practices throughout Roman Dacia profoundly incorporated traditional Dacian beliefs concerning death and the afterlife, harmoniously alongside Roman mortuary customs. This intricate blending created distinct syncretic burial traditions that eloquently reflected a complex and dynamic cultural intermingling. Archaeological analysis of numerous cemetery sites consistently reveals a fascinating array of burial practices. These include traditional Dacian grave goods, specific ritual procedures, and distinctive spatial organization, all combined with established Roman funeral customs and, notably, Christian influences that began to emerge during the later imperial period. The remarkable diversity evident in these burial practices strongly indicates a continued cultural complexity rather than a simplistic or wholesale replacement of traditional customs with Roman alternatives. Material culture provides extensive evidence for Dacian cultural persistence, encompassing numerous categories of artifacts that steadfastly maintained traditional forms, distinctive decorative elements, and time-honored manufacturing techniques. This was often achieved while judiciously incorporating selective Roman influences, creating a unique provincial artistry. For instance, traditional Dacian jewelry styles continued to be produced prolifically throughout the Roman period. Archaeological discoveries frequently unearth brooches, bracelets, and various other ornamental objects that exquisitely preserve distinctive Dacian aesthetic preferences while seamlessly integrating Roman technical innovations and popular decorative motifs. The sustained production of these traditional jewelry styles therefore indicates both a strong cultural preference among the local populace and a consistent market demand that actively supported the maintenance and flourishing of traditional craft skills. Textile production throughout Roman Dacia diligently maintained traditional techniques and characteristic decorative patterns, simultaneously incorporating Roman materials and stylistic influences that collectively forged hybrid textile traditions. Archaeological evidence pertaining to textile production, including recovered spindle whorls, loom weights, and fragments of fabric, unequivocally demonstrates the continued application of traditional manufacturing methods alongside the adoption of Roman textile technologies. The careful preservation of traditional textile patterns and established techniques reflects both practical considerations, such as the suitability of local fibers and environmental conditions, and profound cultural preferences that steadfastly maintained distinctive Dacian aesthetic traditions, contributing to a unique regional identity. The pivotal role of Dacian cultural heritage in the subsequent formation of later Daco-Romanian identity represents one of the most significant and, indeed, frequently controversial aspects of Southeastern European ethnogenesis. This intricate process involved complex mechanisms of cultural transmission, prolonged linguistic development, and the gradual evolution of identity formation, all unfolding over many centuries following the Roman withdrawal from Dacia. The intricate relationship between ancient Dacian cultural elements and the subsequent development of Romanian culture necessitates a rigorous and careful analysis of archaeological, linguistic, and historical evidence. Crucially, this endeavor also requires a candid recognition of the inherent limitations and uncertainties involved in tracing cultural continuity across such extended periods marked by profound political and demographic flux. Linguistic evidence supporting Dacian cultural continuity in later Romanian development includes identifiable substrate elements embedded within the Romanian language. These elements appear to derive directly from pre-Roman linguistic traditions, though their precise identification and interpretation remain subjects of ongoing scholarly debate and rigorous academic inquiry. Romanian linguistic features that may potentially reflect a significant Dacian influence encompass specific phonological characteristics, a distinct inventory of vocabulary items, and particular grammatical structures. These features notably diverge from standard Latin development patterns and may strongly indicate influence from non-Latin linguistic traditions. Consequently, the meticulous analysis of these potential Dacian substrate elements demands careful consideration of various alternative explanations, including possible influences from other non-Latin languages present in the region and internal linguistic developments that might have independently produced similar results. Produced comparable findings. The geographical distribution of communities conversing in Romanian exhibits a partial alignment with territories previously under the dominion of Rome. However, the intricate connection between venerable territorial demarcation lines and the subsequent proliferation of linguistic patterns is shaped by multifaceted historical trajectories that defy straightforward attribution to unbroken cultural inheritance. The evolution of the Romanian language unfolded amidst an expansive tapestry of demographic migrations, geopolitical shifts, and cross-cultural exchanges, all of which exerted profound effects on linguistic progression, potentially veiling or transforming the foundational links between archaic and medieval societal paradigms. Among subsequent Romanian communities, their cultural expressions encompass a multitude of components that might signify an enduring link to ancient Dacian heritage. Nevertheless, pinpointing precise correlations necessitates meticulous scrutiny to differentiate between authentic cultural perpetuation and fortuitous resemblances that could emerge from analogous environmental circumstances or concurrent societal advancements. Conventional Romanian agrarian methods, artisanal proficiencies, spiritual observances, and communal structures incorporate characteristics that conceivably stem from pre-Roman cultural legacies. Yet, substantiating an unequivocal lineage demands corroboration capable of discerning indigenous cultural constituents from subsequent appropriations or autonomous evolutions. The progressive weakening of Roman authority over Dacia commenced considerably prior to Emperor Aurelian's official declaration to relinquish the province in 271 AD, thereby mirroring the accumulating strains that had intensified throughout the tumultuous 3rd century. The profound destabilization, known as the Crisis of the 3rd century, had pushed Rome's military capabilities to their utmost limits, with concurrent perils along numerous borders compelling imperial strategists to undertake progressively arduous decisions concerning which domains could be adequately safeguarded and which constituted indefensible liabilities on imperial finances. The Dacian province, notwithstanding its fabled abundance of gold, had grown progressively burdensome to sustain as incursions by barbarian groups escalated, and the expenditures associated with border protection surged far beyond the fiscal advantages that could be garnered from the territory. Gothic incursions into Dacia had commenced as early as 238 AD, when these Germanic tribes traversed the Danube River and advanced deeply into Roman domains, thereby laying bare the fragility of the province's extensive border fortifications. The Goths commanded military proficiencies that Roman legions struggled to effectively neutralize, notably their swift maneuverability and their capacity to swiftly mass troops against isolated Roman outposts before vanishing into regions beyond the reach of Roman dominion. These assaults wrought considerable devastation upon Roman settlements, mineral extraction sites, and logistical arteries, concurrently generating profound psychological stress among settler communities who started to doubt the imperial administration's competence in affording sufficient security. The Carpi, those autonomous Dacian clans who had steadfastly preserved their sovereignty beyond the confines of Roman territorial limits, escalated their own predatory incursions throughout this era of Roman vulnerability, endeavoring to reclaim lands forfeited during Trajan's military subjugation. Carpi strategic maneuvers evinced intricate forethought and concerted action, specifically targeting Roman logistical arteries, isolated military outposts, and vital economic facilities, all while judiciously evading significant engagements that might incite overwhelming Roman punitive responses. The enduring nature of Carpi insurgent operations underscored both their opportunistic belligerence and their methodical endeavors to subvert Roman dominion over regions that Carpi chieftains regarded as inherently Dacian. Furthermore, Sarmatian communities originating from the eastern grasslands introduced an additional layer of barbarian coercion confronting Roman Dacia. These peoples executed mounted assaults that capitalized on their inherent swiftness to assail Roman habitations and retreat expeditiously before protective contingents could mount an efficacious counteraction. Sarmatian martial methodologies underscored swift transit and swift surprise attacks, which effectively dislocated Roman commercial endeavors while circumventing prolonged engagements that would likely have favored the structured Roman military apparatus and its superior armaments. The convergence of Gothic, Carpi, and Sarmatian hostilities generated a multiplicity of concurrent perils that surpassed the defensive capacities of Rome, especially considering the constrained military assets allocated for border protection. The Roman military's reactions to these escalating predicaments laid bare the core strategic quandary confronting imperial generals who possessed inadequate troop numbers to safeguard all imperiled locations while simultaneously preserving the offensive prowess requisite for conclusive triumph over their barbarian adversaries. Defensive methodologies that consolidated Roman legions within entrenched strongholds offered enhanced safeguarding for particular sites, yet concurrently relinquished vast expanses to barbarian suzerainty, thereby effectively surrendering territorial jurisdiction without resolving the foundational security challenges. Aggressive campaigns aimed at vanquishing barbarian contingents within their native domains demanded military wherewithal that was critically required for the safeguarding of more geopolitically vital territories situated nearer to the imperial core. The fiscal burden of sustaining Roman dominion over Dacia soared precipitously as military outlays mounted and the region's productive capabilities diminished, a direct consequence of incessant conflict and demographic upheaval. Gold extraction activities, which had historically furnished the principal economic rationale for preserving Roman authority, endured substantial impediment as barbarian incursions specifically targeted mining infrastructure and the logistical conduits indispensable for conveying valuable ores to imperial coinage facilities and public coffers. Agrarian output across the entire province diminished markedly as pastoral inhabitants either sought refuge within fortified bastions or wholly deserted the territory, thereby constricting the fiscal foundation capable of underwriting military expenditures. Metropolitan hubs throughout Roman Dacia witnessed a pronounced demographic contraction as both Roman settlers and assimilated indigenous inhabitants gravitated towards greater safety in more tranquil sectors of the imperial domain. Archaeological findings gleaned from prominent urban centers such as Ulpia, Traiana, Sarmizegetusa reveal a curtailment in construction endeavors, deserted residential quarters, and fortified alterations to governmental edifices, all indicative of the worsening security paradigm. The municipal framework that had epitomized the triumphs of Roman civilization in Dacia progressively succumbed to neglect as upkeep allocations were redirected towards military imperatives, and the dwindling populace attenuated the necessity for civic amenities. Imperial policy formulation concerning Dacia's destiny entailed intricate computations that weighed the province's fiscal worth against the expenditures of ongoing protection and the geopolitical ramifications of territorial relinquishment. Aurelian's definitive judgment posited that Dacia had transmuted into a strategic encumbrance, siphoning off military assets indispensable for more vital border security, concurrently yielding inadequate economic dividends to warrant sustained imperial fiscal commitment. The sovereign acknowledged that the abandonment of Dacia would engender difficulties in public perception and potentially incite barbarian belligerence in other territories. Yet, the viable alternatives seemed even more formidable, considering the empire's finite assets and the array of concurrent perils. The execution of the disengagement from Dacia unfolded in a methodical fashion, as Roman authorities orchestrated the exodus of Roman populace, military contingents, and transferable assets, simultaneously demolishing facilities that could potentially serve barbarian usurpers. Roman engineering corps systematically dismantled defensive bulwarks, mineral extraction machinery, and transit networks to preclude their utilization by antagonistic entities. Concurrently, military formations executed regulated retreats that safeguarded civilian departees during their relocation to more secure domains. The entire process of evacuation demanded meticulous synchronization among military chiefs, civil functionaries, and regional magnates, who were compelled to reconcile imperative security demands with practical logistical limitations and overarching political imperatives. The relocation of Dacian refugees principally transpired in the Moesian territories situated to the south of the Danube, where imperial civil servants instituted novel settlements that upheld Dacian cultural distinctiveness whilst assimilating into the pre-existing provincial apparatus. The newly designated province of Dacia Ripensis furnished an organizational scaffold for these re-established populations, simultaneously safeguarding the emblematic persistence of Roman identity, notwithstanding the relinquishment of the original territory. Archaeological findings from the zones of resettlement signify that the displaced individuals transported substantial movable riches and preserved peculiar cultural traditions that set them apart from the resident provincial inhabitants. The protracted ramifications of Rome's retreat from Dacia transcended the immediate strategic and financial repercussions, fundamentally reshaping the demographic and socio-cultural topography of Southeastern Europe in manners that would condition regional progress for numerous centuries. The cessation of organized Roman governance and military defense generated voids of authority that diverse barbarian factions vied to occupy, culminating in intricate demographic shifts and geopolitical reconfigurations that forged novel political and cultural frameworks across the Carpathian Basin. Gothic colonization within previously Roman Dacian domains unfolded incrementally as these Germanic communities asserted dominance over pivotal geographical points, simultaneously acclimatizing to the agrarian and commercial prospects present in areas that had flourished under Roman stewardship. The intricate tapestry of regional governance and societal evolution often found itself interwoven with the overarching influence of Roman administration, shaping the trajectory of various communities within its vast imperial reach. Gothic communities, for their part, strategically leveraged the extant Roman infrastructure, such as roads and fortified settlements, wherever it remained operational and beneficial to their needs. Concurrently, they meticulously crafted their own distinctive settlement patterns and engaged in economic pursuits that were intrinsically aligned with their inherent cultural customs and ingenious environmental adaptations. This dynamic interplay led to a profound cultural amalgamation as Gothic populations integrated with the enduring Romanized inhabitants and the deep-rooted indigenous peoples. The result was the emergence of novel, hybrid communities, each possessing a singular set of characteristics. Within the broader discourse of Southeastern European historiography, the fundamental question of population continuity versus discontinuity in post-Roman Dacia stands as one of the most vigorously debated subjects, carrying profound ramifications for a comprehensive grasp of the genesis of later Romanian national identity and its subsequent cultural evolution. The proponents of the continuity theory posit that a substantial number of Romanized inhabitants chose to remain within Dacia's borders even after the imperial legions withdrew. These resilient populations, it is argued, assiduously preserved their Latin-based linguistic heritage and cultural traditions, thereby establishing the crucial bedrock upon which later Romanian ethnogenesis would flourish. Supporting this perspective, archaeological findings present a compelling narrative encompassing material culture that exhibits unbroken developmental trajectories, the uninterrupted occupation of settlement sites across centuries, and the discernible perpetuation of cultural practices that seemingly bridge the chronological chasm between the late Roman and early medieval epochs. Conversely, advocates of the migration theory contend that the Roman imperial withdrawal precipitated a comprehensive and systematic evacuation of the populace, rendering Dacia largely uninhabited for a significant period. According to this viewpoint, the region remained sparsely populated until subsequent waves of Slavic and other migratory groups arrived, bringing with them new demographic compositions. These incoming populations, it is further suggested, later assimilated Latin-based linguistic components through direct or indirect contact with surviving Romance-speaking communities situated in contiguous territories. This particular interpretation places considerable emphasis on the profound societal disruption wrought by successive barbarian incursions, the meticulously organized and systematic nature of the Roman evacuation protocols, and the discernible scarcity of archaeological evidence indicating continuous human occupation at numerous sites spanning the critical transitional period between the late Roman and early medieval eras. Furthermore, the intricate linguistic evidence pertaining to Daco-Romanian continuity necessitates a meticulous examination of substrate elements embedded within the Romanian language, which may potentially trace their origins to pre-Roman Dacian tongues. It also involves an analysis of distinctive Latin linguistic developments that could reflect localized environmental and cultural influences, alongside a thorough investigation into the geographical distribution of Romanian-speaking populations in relation to ancient territorial demarcations. Among the specific linguistic characteristics of Romanian that lend credence to continuity arguments are various phonological developments, such as specific sound shifts, which may suggest an underlying influence from a Dacian substrate. Additionally, there are numerous vocabulary items that appear to stem from local, regional Latin sources, rather than from the more standardized or classical Latin forms. Furthermore, certain grammatical structures evident in Romanian may provide compelling indicators of non-Latin linguistic influences that were at play during the formative stages of Romanian ethnogenesis. Throughout the transformative 19th and 20th centuries, a plethora of archaeological discoveries dramatically reshaped and revolutionized the prevailing understanding of Dacian civilization. These findings simultaneously furnished crucial empirical evidence for the ongoing scholarly debates concerning cultural continuity and the significant demographic shifts that followed the Roman imperial withdrawal. Systematic and painstaking excavations at prominent Dacian sites have unearthed compelling revelations, showcasing sophisticated urban planning, highly advanced metallurgical techniques, intricate and complex religious architecture, and extensive trade networks. Collectively, these discoveries unequivocally underscore the remarkably high level of cultural development achieved by Dacian society prior to its eventual conquest by the Roman Empire. The meticulous excavations undertaken at Sarmizegetusa Regia, primarily conducted during the mid-20th century, brought to light a vast array of architectural remains. These findings eloquently unveiled the extraordinary sophistication inherent in Dacian urban planning and their profound religious architectural prowess. Within the hallowed confines of its sacred precinct, Archaeologists discovered multiple temple structures, meticulously constructed from precisely fitted stone blocks, alongside enigmatic circular sanctuaries that were strikingly aligned with celestial, astronomical phenomena. Additionally, rectangular edifices were identified, which likely served crucial administrative or ceremonial functions. The exceptional quality of stonemasonry and the advanced architectural planning so vividly demonstrated at Sarmizegetusa Regia not only rivaled contemporary Roman construction techniques, but also remarkably retained distinctively Dacian aesthetic sensibilities and functional characteristics. Further archaeological investigations at other significant Dacian fortifications, including the notable sites of Kostești, Cetățuia, Blidaru, and Piatra Roșie, have collectively illuminated the impressive scale and intricate sophistication of Dacian defensive systems. These studies have simultaneously provided invaluable insights into the complex social organization and the robust economic activities that were essential in sustaining these formidable military installations. The innovative Murus Dacianus construction technique, meticulously revealed through detailed archaeological analysis, demonstrated truly groundbreaking engineering solutions. These methods resulted in the creation of defensive walls that, in numerous critical aspects, proved superior to many contemporary Roman fortification approaches. The strategic integration of multiple defensive lines, coupled with ingenious and sophisticated water management systems, and the inclusion of residential areas within these fortified complexes, unequivocally signaled comprehensive planning capabilities. These advanced preparations were crucial for sustaining substantial populations during protracted siege conditions. Furthermore, the material culture discoveries unearthed from various Dacian sites have yielded highly detailed evidence pertaining to their remarkable craft production, their profound artistic achievements, and the significant technological innovations that distinctly characterized Dacian civilization during its zenith. Metalwork artifacts, in particular, serve as compelling testaments to the advanced techniques employed by Dacian artisans for crafting both utilitarian objects essential for daily life and exquisite decorative pieces. A particular excellence was observed in their gold and silver working, reflecting not only exceptional technical skill, but also a refined aesthetic sophistication. Their pottery production, meanwhile, revealed distinctive Dacian ceramic traditions, while simultaneously showcasing a selective adoption of external influences, assimilated through active trade contacts and vibrant cultural exchange. Religious artifacts meticulously unearthed at various Dacian sites have profoundly illuminated the spiritual convictions and intricate ritualistic practices that served as vital conduits for cultural cohesion and bestowed political legitimacy within the fabric of Dacian society. Discoveries such as votive offerings, elaborately designed ceremonial vessels, and specific architectural elements intrinsically linked to religious structures powerfully underscore the central and pervasive role of Zalmoxian worship within Dacian cultural identity. These findings simultaneously reveal the sophisticated theological concepts and the meticulously structured ritual procedures that were emblematic of Dacian religious practice. The discernible integration of religious and political authority, conspicuously evident in the archaeological remnants, offers a compelling explanation for the remarkable effectiveness of Dacian resistance against the relentless Roman expansion and the enduring persistence of their cultural identity, even in the face of military subjugation. Modern academic scholarship concerning Dacian civilization has significantly benefited from the adoption of truly interdisciplinary approaches. These methods skillfully combine rigorous archaeological evidence with nuanced linguistic analysis, comprehensive comparative cultural studies, and critical historical source criticism, all converging to cultivate a more holistic and profound understanding of Dacian society and its enduring historical significance. Romanian scholars have undeniably assumed particularly pivotal roles in the advancement of Dacian research. However, their scholarly endeavors have occasionally been influenced by nationalist perspectives, which tend to overemphasize cultural continuity and specific notions of Romanian ethnic origins. Such approaches, while understandable in their context, may inadvertently compromise the objectivity essential for rigorous historical analysis. Conversely, international scholarly collaboration has demonstrably enriched Dacian studies by introducing a diverse array of methodological approaches and theoretical perspectives. This collaborative effort has been instrumental in addressing complex historical questions more comprehensively, while simultaneously mitigating the pervasive influence of nationalist bias that has, at times, affected regional scholarship. Comparative analyses of Dacian material culture, juxtaposed with contemporary Celtic, Germanic, and Thracian traditions, have furnished broader and more nuanced contexts for comprehending the trajectory of Dacian cultural development. These studies have been instrumental in pinpointing distinctive characteristics that firmly establish Dacian civilization as truly unique among the array of ancient European societies. The evolution of Dacian studies into a recognized academic discipline has been characterized by ongoing and vigorous debates concerning methodological rigor, the nuanced interpretation of evidence, and the intricate relationship between archaeological data and historical source materials. In earlier academic endeavors, scholars predominantly relied upon classical literary sources, which frequently provided information about Dacian society that was either inherently biased or notably incomplete. While contemporary researchers have progressively shifted their emphasis towards archaeological evidence, recognizing its capacity to offer more objective insights into Dacian cultural practices and social organization, the intricate task of integrating archaeological and textual evidence continues to present formidable challenges. This complex integration necessitates meticulous methodological consideration and an exacting critical evaluation of source reliability to achieve a truly comprehensive historical understanding. The profound role of Dacian heritage in the modern formation of Romanian national identity represents one of the most compelling and significant examples of how ancient history has been strategically harnessed and utilized within 19th and 20th century nation-building processes. Romanian intellectuals and political leaders have consistently and assiduously underscored the intrinsic connections between ancient Dacian civilization and modern Romanian culture. These linkages have been presented as fundamental cornerstones for asserting national identity claims and for legitimizing territorial arguments. This particular nationalist interpretation of Dacian history has exerted a profound influence across educational curricula, shaped the narratives of cultural institutions, and permeated political discourse. In many instances, this influence has led to the prioritization of ideological objectives over the strict adherence to historical accuracy. The pervasive mythologization of Dacian history, and by extension, Romanian national culture, has effectively engendered heroic narratives. These narratives predominantly emphasize Dacian resistance to Roman imperialism, frequently portraying King Decebalus as a valiant defender of ancestral Romanian territories against the encroachment of foreign conquest. These pervasive mythological interpretations often oversimplify inherently complex historical processes, simultaneously projecting modern nationalist concepts and aspirations onto ancient societies that, in reality, operated according to vastly different political and cultural principles. The enduring persistence of these mythological elements within popular culture and their recurrent invocation in political rhetoric unequivocally demonstrates the potent and far-reaching influence that historical narratives wield in shaping contemporary identity formation and in catalyzing political mobilization. Educational policies within modern Romania have steadfastly highlighted Dacian history as a cornerstone of the Romanian national consciousness, actively advancing theories of uninterrupted succession that underpin assertions of indigenous Romanian ethnic heritage and rightful territorial claims. School textbooks and university curricula have perpetually framed the Daco-Romanian continuum not as a subject for academic debate or theoretical exploration, but as an incontrovertible historical reality, thereby fostering pedagogical landscapes that actively deter any rigorous scrutiny or the contemplation of divergent historical narratives. Such pedagogical methodologies have profoundly shaped successive cohorts of Romanian citizens, simultaneously fueling the emergence and perpetuation of nationalist political agendas that strategically deploy historical assertions to achieve current political aims. Across the breadth of Romania, a multitude of cultural establishments have actively championed Dacian legacy, manifesting this through dedicated museums, imposing monuments, vibrant festivals, and diverse artistic creations, all designed to extol the remarkable accomplishments of the ancient Dacians, with a distinct focus on highlighting the enduring linkages to modern Romanian culture. The prestigious National Museum of Romanian History, situated in the capital city of Bucharest, proudly showcases vast collections pertaining to Dacian civilization. These exhibits meticulously arrange archaeological findings within specific interpretive paradigms that consistently underscore notions of uninterrupted cultural progression and robust national self-identification. Numerous regional museums, particularly those dispersed across Transylvania and other territories historically associated with ancient Dacia, have meticulously curated bespoke exhibitions specifically designed to foster and highlight profound local ties to the ancient Dacian civilization, concurrently bolstering the burgeoning cultural tourism sector and aiding in the crystallization of a distinct regional identity. The strategic appropriation of Dacian history for political ends has manifested in a multitude of guises across the entire span of modern Romanian history. This has seen diverse political factions and their prominent leaders selectively accentuate specific facets of Dacian legacy that align conveniently with their distinct ideological tenets and proposed governmental initiatives. During the era of communist rule in Romania, the political apparatus under the firm leadership of Nicolae Ceausescu notably foregrounded Dacian motifs, deploying them as a deliberate counter-narrative to the prevailing Soviet-centric historical interpretations. This strategy simultaneously served to champion Romanian sovereignty and assert a unique cultural identity within the restrictive framework of the Eastern Bloc. Following the transition to a post-communist political landscape, the discourse surrounding Dacian heritage has persisted as a recurring point of reference, particularly within contentious discussions concerning European integration, the contentious issue of minority rights, and ongoing territorial disagreements with adjacent nations. Ongoing archaeological investigations in the present day consistently unearth novel corroboration concerning the intricacies of Dacian civilization thereby enriching persistent academic discourses centered on cultural persistence, shifts in population demographics, and the intricate connections between ancient and contemporary inhabitants across Southeastern Europe. For instance, recent findings at significant archaeological locations, such as Rochia, Montana, have brought to light further compelling evidence of remarkably advanced Dacian mining enterprises, simultaneously sparking pertinent political deliberations regarding the imperative of environmental stewardship and the safeguarding of invaluable cultural patrimony. The judicious incorporation of cutting-edge scientific methodologies, encompassing techniques such as precise radiocarbon dating, intricate DNA analysis, and sophisticated geographic information systems, has demonstrably amplified the capacities of archaeological inquiry, concomitantly yielding novel categories of empirical data crucial for nuanced historical interpretation. Indeed, the profound and enduring legacy bequeathed by Dacian civilization transcends the confines of purely academic historical investigation and the machinations of nationalist political factions. It profoundly shapes contemporary cultural outputs, stimulates the growth of tourism initiatives, and significantly molds global understandings of Romanian historical trajectory and national character. Depictions of Dacian history within the realm of popular culture, disseminated through cinematic productions, literary works, and various other media platforms, have successfully cultivated extensive public cognizance concerning the formidable accomplishments of the ancient Dacians. However, these popular portrayals frequently tend to perpetuate mythical narratives and interpretations that, regrettably, can diverge sharply from rigorous scholarly historical consensus. Furthermore, cultural tourism specifically centered around Dacian heritage has evolved into an economically vital sector for those regions, boasting significant archaeological sites. This development concurrently generates powerful inducements for the diligent preservation of this heritage and for broader public outreach initiatives focused on ancient history. The global academic community's appreciation for the profound historical importance of Dacian civilization has witnessed a remarkable surge. This escalation is largely attributable to extensive archaeological investigations that have progressively unveiled the advanced sophistication and intricate structure of Dacian society, simultaneously elucidating its pivotal contribution to the broader tapestry of ancient European cultural evolution. Crucially, the prestigious UNESCO World Heritage designation bestowed upon the Dacian fortresses of the Orăști Mountains has conferred unparalleled international acclaim upon these specific archaeological locales, a recognition that not only institutes rigorous preservation benchmarks, but also vigorously encourages further academic inquiry. A vibrant ecosystem of academic conferences, specialized publications, and synergistic collaborative research endeavors has effectively fostered robust international consortia of scholars who are dedicated to exploring the multifaceted dimensions of Dacian history and archaeology. The persistent and profound allure surrounding Dacian civilization is a testament not only to the extraordinary accomplishments of this venerable ancient society, but also to the pertinent contemporary significance of inquiries into cultural self-definition, the uninterrupted flow of history, and the intricate interplay between ancient legacy and the modern construct of national awareness. The ancient Dacians forged a remarkably advanced civilization, one that valiantly and effectively withstood the relentless pressures of Roman imperial expansion for many successive generations. Concurrently, they cultivated unique and deeply ingrained cultural traditions that, in turn, exerted a significant influence on the ensuing historical trajectories across the entirety of Southeastern Europe. However, their eventual subjugation by the formidable Roman Empire signified far more than a simple military vanquishment. It heralded a profound metamorphosis of an entire cultural panorama, a landscape that would thereafter never quite reclaim the singular political cohesion and unique cultural identity that had once defined the proud kingdom of Dacia. The profound historical reverberations emanating from Dacian civilization stretch considerably further than the strict temporal confines of their era of political autonomy. These influences have indelibly shaped cultural evolution, molded demographic configurations, and imprinted themselves upon the collective historical consciousness across the expanse of Southeastern Europe, with their enduring effects persisting and echoing powerfully and meaningfully within current political and cultural discourses. Irrespective of whether through the unbroken lineage of direct population succession, the profound currents of cultural dissemination, or the persistent echoes of historical recollection, the indelible heritage of the Dacians endures as an indispensable and potent element for comprehending the intricate historical dynamics which have meticulously sculpted the identity of modern Romania and the wider expanse of the Carpathian territories. The persistent and diligent academic inquiry into Dacian history and archaeology guarantees that our collective comprehension of this extraordinary civilization will undergo continuous refinement and expansion. Concurrently, this research significantly enriches the wider body of knowledge pertaining to ancient European societies and sheds light on their indelible and lasting impact on the subsequent trajectory of historical progression. The intricate journey of its historical development, a narrative meticulously unspooled across countless generations, consistently illuminates the profound forces that have shaped an entity or concept from its nascent stages to its contemporary manifestation. This evolutionary arc is rarely a straightforward progression. Rather, it often embodies a complex interplay of socio-economic shifts, groundbreaking technological advancements, and prevailing cultural paradigms, each element contributing significantly to its present configuration and influencing its potential future trajectories. A comprehensive grasp of this enduring transformation demands a diligent exploration of its formative periods, critical junctures, and the myriad, often subtle influences that have incrementally sculpted its identity, thereby revealing the indelible link between its past experiences and its current operational reality.